Welcome to CTWC GB 2024. I'm joined here by Chris Bidwell. He's going to be commentating with me for today.
Pleasure being here again, Taylor. Thanks for the invite. I really enjoyed last year's event and can't wait to see what they pull off this year.
Absolutely. A little bit of change in the format for this year. For the quarterfinals only, we are going to be doing two matches at the same time. So we have the top half of the screen, which is one match, and the bottom half of the screen, which is the other. We're just doing that for the quarterfinals in the interest of time's sake.
As a tournament organizer, I love this stuff. Maybe a little chaotic, but I enjoy the chaos. Players will enjoy the chaos, and the VOD will be fun too. So enjoy the ride. We'll be one-on-one for the semis and finals.
Absolutely. All matches today are going to be level 9 starts with a 300 line cap and best of 5.
300 line cap's going to be interesting. We're going to do it manually, the old school way. So we'll have people watching, kind of taking a screenshot right when they cross that 300 line threshold. But like you said, the way this scene has blown up in the past year, you could see max outs every damn game if people were inclined to do so. So let's push up that Tetris rate at the level 19 speeds and see where it goes.
Absolutely. And without further ado, if we can get a ready or a thumbs up from all the players, then we can get this underway. MBD
Two
in the
thumbs. I see a chest. There's a thumb. Wait for Andrew.
There we go.
Look at
And
that
they can
thumb.
get this
That's
started
two.
off in 3,
Three,
2,
two,
1.
one.
Tetris.
Tris. I stole Chris Tang's bit. I like the GBA SP down there by well, I don't. I want to say Panic, and then I noticed the extra A, and I don't want to butcher it. So you can correct.
Yeah, Paniac with the red
Paniac.
GBA SP there. Paniac has a really nice GB. I'm a little jealous of it. I just have a silver one.
And Gunter, our current world champion, tapping away using a television of some sort. I don't know the exact setups, but the interesting thing about this tournament is how do you get the video out? Most of our players, I believe, are using the GB interceptor, although I think Gunter is using some sort of camera device. It was lining up his picture earlier, but fantastic tech work just to get this scene running and be able to do a live broadcast like this.
I think he's
Early
using
on,
some sort of GBA interceptor as well for direct
and
capture.
you're unfamiliar with this versus the NES version, we do start on level 9 because while you can select a faster speed like you can in the NES version, it doesn't give you the point advantage. So for maximum points, we start at level 9. So you're going to see some crazy antics high up on the screen like Euro Chris in the top left here. Uh, building that stack extremely high and scoring as often as possible.
Gunter down on the bottom, having a bit of trouble with his stack, hasn't managed to slide in a Tetris yet, giving Paniac an early lead here at 49,000.
Because of the lower point values, it's only 12,000 at Tetris, so I'm gonna have to recalibrate my math to figure out our leads here. So that's about a 2 Tetris lead up top for Euro Chris, and at the bottom, oh, Gunter finally gets his first Tetris. Wow, now he's finally on track there. Some of the other differences. You've explained a lot to this to me. I'm just I'm kind of like the in-betweener guy. But you'll notice the left wells. Rotation favors the right side, or sorry, the left side. You might one of these days I'll learn my left or my right, but basically the rotation favors the opposite way from NES Tetris. So you'll see the wells built on the left side, except for Euro Chris, who wants to play old school, I guess, and he's doing just fine. He already at 114,000 through 48 lines, so extremely efficient. Pretty much nailing every Tetris possible up to this point.
Yeah, Euro Chris, also one of our thumb players. He's extremely fast and can basically just put that well wherever he wants, but he does tend to favor the right side early on.
But we will watch for that transfer as he progresses through the levels. The transition is at 100 lines, I believe, so we will see that speed gradually increase, and then the speed maxes out at level 19. And I believe it's a gravity 1 situation. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And that's when we're going to see our hyper tapping guys go hyper tapping crazy, and you'll see some death defying moves.
So speeds actually do go up for the last time at level 20.
20, thank you. So 50,000 point lead for Eurocris, 69,000 point lead now. Jeez. Crazy efficiency.
Absolutely. That's why he's one of our top tier players here. I feel a little bad for Andrew going against him, but I do have to root for Andrew here as he is the only Canadian player in the finals.
Yeah, it's all Europeans, right? Other than I didn't get the flag representation in the bracket, but I remember most of our players Europe dominating this scene so far.
Yeah, definitely. So the bracket, which I believe we do have a command for on Twitch of !bracket. If you open that up in Chrome, it won't show you the flags, but if you open it in like Firefox or something, it will. Mildly ironic that the Google Sheet has better functionality in Firefox than it does in Chrome.
Well, DM Hero, if you're listening, fix that shit. So, did I say that out loud? Oops. 229, 133. Just this lead is huge for Euro, Chris.
Yeah, down on the bottom, Gunter's still struggling to catch up to Paniac here, who's sitting at 154,000 to Gunter's 91.
I mean, look at Paniac. Like, that is the way you played Game Boy as a kid. Sitting in a comfy chair, leaning back a bit, have your knee up. Like that's straight out of the Nintendo advertising marketing book. Like that's how you're supposed to play Game Boy. All these other crazy, like the Andrew with the cross, tapping away with the buttons. Gunter with whatever that device is. This is and then we don't see Chris's Game Boy, but we do see that cool name badge, which I can't read. It's a little too small for me, but we always like when the players have fun with their cameras and show off their personalities a bit.
Looks like the name badge is just flashing hello at us.
Okay.
Eurocris actually has one of my favorite Game Boys because he has a wood grain shell on his DMG. We'll make sure he shows it off.
Look at there it is.
Tetris Liam saying he didn't know there was a championship for Game Boy Tetris. This is our second year that we've been featured on CTWC.
Hopefully one of these days we could do this live. This would have been a great year with the 15th anniversary of CTWC, but I think you guys are well on track to get a live meetup for one of these.
Oh, I'd be
it's
absolutely thrilled with that.
And this is the international version that was like every region who got this version of the game. It's one of the rare early versions of Tetris that was popular all around the world. Obviously, the NES version that we use in CTWC, that was a PAL and North American only release. Wasn't released in Japan. Japan got that terrible Famicom version, rather than the NES version. But this was worldwide, and everybody's familiar with it.
Absolutely, and it being a bundled game with the Game Boy, I mean, everybody who had a Game Boy had this.
Yep. I finally got my version 1 copy this year. I've been looking for a copy of that for years, and I enjoy the music variants and other weird differences. But we're shooting the breeze here rather than talk about the game. Apologies. 330, man, Eurocris is just smashing it right now.
Yeah, already halfway to that line cap here with 355,000 points.
And we are at the faster speed now. He has transferred back over to the left well. I guess with the level 9 starts, you really got to maximize that Tetris rate at the level 9 speeds. And if Andrew is going to make this up, he's got to take every single risk possible, which another one of the differences between this and NES version is the playfield matrix is only 18 rows high. So you are forced to play a little more conservatively, take those burns earlier than you would in a standard 20 high stack.
Yeah, between the 18 high, the lower piece entrance delay, and the RNG just being overall way worse, it's definitely a difficult game to play risky in.
You see those crazy speeds, and like you said, that entry delay that you speak of in not nerd talk. Basically, when a new piece spawns, it's instantly after the previous piece lands. There's no wait like you do in most Tetris games. So see how quickly those pieces just snap onto that field at those crazy high speeds. You really got to be on the ball, and if you're trying to play this dash style, it just makes it nearly impossible. Which why tapping is pretty much essential to be in this echelon of the scene here at the final 8 of this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. As a DAS player myself, I will say DAS is terrible in Game Boy Tetris.
Yeah, I believe it's even slower with the repeat rate as well than the NES version.
It
So
is, yeah. Down on the bottom
look
here,
at
we've got Paniac closing in on 300,000 almost. He's at 293 compared to Gunter's 224. But Gunter also the only player on the field right now who has not transitioned to level 10. So he's got a
yep,
lot of time to catch up.
he's playing it the old school way. The Mike Winzenek start on level 9 in the finals at CTWC when they're screaming, "Tell me when something interesting happens." Not getting those press down points, letting Paniac basically play through the entire game, and then Gunter can have that information of how many points he needs to score. Uh, but at the level 15 area, you're roughly about 20,000 points of Tetris, so basically doubled.
Oh, and we've got a top
Oh
out here
no!
from Euro Kriska at 495,780 points. So Andrew's looking for that chase down at 496,000.
We're gonna be here a while, and I'm assuming all of our players are in the Discord listening to us. So Andrew does have that information with the score. But Gunter Paniac down at the bottom, finally transitioned for Gunter.
Yeah, at around 250,000 there. Not a bad transition.
What is a good transition when you're aiming for level 9, 100 lines?
So a really good one would be about 300k.
Yep.
That would be very reasonable efficiency. Tournament play though, like 250 is definitely nothing to balk at.
So literally just half of a CTWC match. I guess I should have done that math. Well, as you can see, Andrew's score plainly visible now. So Andrew's looking for that 496. Like I said, we're going to be here a while. Tetris is only worth 20,000, so he's going to need a lot of points to take this first heart.
Absolutely. Looking for about 11 Tetrises right
Ooh,
now.
ooh, ooh! Paniac is
Oh,
panicking, and there it is. You saw that entry to that how quickly those pieces generate at the top. He had about 382, I believe. So Gunter, with all the time in the world, not pressing down, needs about 100,000 points. We will get that exact number here in a moment.
um,
We don't have the speed numbers here, but I assume Gunter's near the top as he won last year.
Muffio asking why nobody's rolling. Rolling on Game Boy is basically impossible because then you can't see your screen because it'd be vibrating too much.
Got to see the game and the controller in the same device. So I suppose some crazy person's going to try it someday, but
And it
and also
looks
there's no level 29 equivalent. I don't believe.
no, no.
Level
Level 20
level
is as
20 is not.
fast as it gets, which is what Euro Kriska was on before he topped out there. So rolling is all not, I wouldn't say inconsequential, but not nearly as consequential. It's a little bit of a score update though. Gunter is shooting for 383,000.
About 60 some thousand to go. About 4 or 5 Tetrises, and I like the lack of urgency. Just letting it drop. But you see Andrew at the level 19. The single line clears are a godsend though, because since the lack of delay for a normal piece entry, when you get that extended line clear delay, that lets you reset your plans and if you're gonna do the difficult moves over to the right hand side.
Absolutely,
So
yeah. The line delay is basically forever in Game Boy Tetris.
he needs about 60,000 Tetrises are well. The levels do continue to no 20 is the last level. Yes.
Yeah, 20 is as fast as it's gonna get here, so Andrew's on the top speed.
Do the points or levels increase from here? No. Okay. The points is the question I was asking.
Oh, yeah, no, the
So
points stay the
I
same.
will ask all the noob questions. So level 20, so I guess that's 25,200 points of Tetris.
I believe so. I don't have the exact scoring up on my screen right now, but I do believe it's 25,400.
So about
Sorry, 24,800 is what Farron is saying in the chat. Oh,
got it.
no. Looks like MJ confirms that that is the exact score, yes.
Yeah, I thought it was by 1,200. See, I'm not dumb all the time. 444, but now he's playing. We do have the 300 caps, but he can line this out easily because the single lines are about 1,000 points apiece. The doubles and triples will speed that up a bit. So now he's in what you would see in a CTWC match at 29 and basically rolling and lining it out mode. Well, that column 3 might be a bit of an issue. No,
Oh,
not the best parity. He's going out of control and he's gonna blow it. Oh my goodness! Euro Chris takes it. Andrew had it. Wow. You
so close,
basically
but
cannot
so
play
far.
halfway up the board. It's effectively a 9 high stack that you're working with. That entry, lack of a delay with piece entry, you cannot set up anything anywhere up the board.
That's
You have to play
exactly right.
extremely conservative at those level 20 speeds. And down at the bottom, about another 6,000 to go for Gunter.
Yeah, just looking
And
for
with
that
that Tetris,
383,000. Oh, a little bit of lag on his stream here. We'll see if he
that's a
makes
big
it.
dramatic. Will it make it? There
And
it
he
is.
does. Gunter earning his first heart down there as well. So the left side of the board looking good here. And Gunter, you are free to top out.
No moaning, Gunter. Let's go.
Getting that one last Tetris in there.
Oh, that's why. You know, the green isn't just a Game Boy tint, folks. All right. We're gonna get set up. We have to watch the extremely slow rocket screen.
That's just how rockets were in the 80s. Super
Right.
slow.
Maniac does have highest rated knees of our players.
Storm Dennis asking about the Game Boy Pocket. It's perfectly usable. I would say better than Game Boy Color because it has a flat back compared to the rounded back of the Game Boy Color. The only issue is that the D-pad is pretty small on it. There we go, and we've got all players back to the ready screen. If we can get a thumbs up from the players here, make sure that they're ready to go. And also, if Chris wants to flash us that Game Boy real quick, if he's able to, so we can all see that beautiful wood grain shell. There it is.
Wow. We got thumbs, we got pointing, we've got GBASPs. Ready to count them down?
Absolutely. So the players can start off the second match in 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Tetris.
Tetris. O'Hara asking about display mods in Classic GB. Yes, they are indeed allowed.
I would say critical. I can't imagine playing this on an original Brick Boy
I'm just
without a screen
refreshing,
mod.
mind the ad here on Gunter's. I'm just refreshing his stream here.
Got it. And no same piece sets. We're playing it old school style. Deal with your own RNG.
Yeah, same piece sets are still something we haven't quite worked out on the Game Boy end.
I find it refreshing. I like the old school, just play your own game and beat it out. We'll get there someday when we get a little bit bigger and start doing the live things and bigger purses and that sort of thing.
Well, and especially when the RNG is so terrible, it's
Hmm.
definitely interesting to see the different piece sets that players get. There's a lot more SZ bursts and a lot more O bursts in the Game Boy world.
Yes, and because we're Euro friendly, you will hear more Z bursts rather than Z bursts.
Oh, I always forget that. Yeah, coming from Canada, it's Zed here as well. So
Interesting stack here from Eurocris, playing 3 off the bottom, but at level 9 speeds, that is manageable. But again, we mentioned that the matrix is only 18 high, so we'll see if he's going to play some dirty Tetrises up here or if he's going to open up that well. And the piece aren't really giving him that option. He is going to nail the dirty Tetris down. Now will he open this up?
looks
Nope,
like he
he's going to
won't.
keep it going. And you see what happens when you play risky. He's now having to burn a lot more than if he just burned it down as a normal play. But he is still ahead by 2 Tetrises, 81 to 57. At the bottom, 41,000 for Gunter, but 87,000 for Paniac. But the way Gunter barely, almost never presses down, it's really hard to get a true lead versus pace here. The urge to push down at level 9 speeds.
Oh, it's definitely there, and with Andrew, you see it a lot. Him fighting that urge.
But I am concerned about Eurocris because like the piece delay, these pieces are going to come in quick. He's going to need those line clears to his advantage, and he gets it down to some safety. Is still yet to get to the bottom of the screen, but he's still in the lead. Because I guess Andrew also dealing with a shelf. This is almost like two-player Game Boy, having to open your well and wait for where the wells show up from the garbage pieces. Tetris for Eurocris getting back to the bottom, but does not have an ideal well situation. He is going to try to go for the level column 3 Tetris, puts it down.
We've got a perfect stack down there for Paniac. Just playing immaculately in this round here.
And I like that he's just holding it regular. I mean, he's tapping, but it's not, maybe not a hyper tap. Single thumb, holding it like I said, straight out of the Nintendo marketing ads.
Ooh,
Ooh, Gunter
misdrop there
misses
by
the right
Gunter.
shift. So yeah, when to bail, he's waiting for that line. Gonna fill that in with a T.
The T followed by the J leaves him open for a Tetris there. Good flip on that L block so that he can get that line piece
Yeah,
slotted in.
exactly. Had he not gotten that line clear, it might have been a little dicey with that automatic piece generation. So the line clears are not just a weapon for your board health; it is a weapon to reset where you can place the next piece. If you get that line clear, you get that 2-second delay, you can be completely prepared for where you're going to place the next piece. Place, not place.
Some people in the chat
Go
there. Oh, sorry.
ahead.
Some people in the chat there are asking about rolling and using Super Game Boy. One thing to keep in mind about the Super Game Boy is that it does run 2 to 3% faster than an actual Game Boy because of the clock speed rounding from the Super Nintendo. So if you do play Tetris on a Super Game Boy, you're going to have a slight speed disadvantage. A little bit of a misdrop there by Paniac with that L block. Going to need to burn this out or clear a Tetris so that he can get something in behind there.
There is the Super Game Boy 2, which fixed that clock issue, but they're a little pricey. And then I've just always had a Super Nintendo slight controller input delay versus an actual Game Boy. I don't have scientific proof or charts to back that up, but I just felt that. But I imagine it'd be legal if somebody wanted to try it, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so Super Game Boy 2, you can use in a regular Super Nintendo. You just have to cut some tabs out of the system, so there's a little bit of hardware modding that you have to do, but it's just some wire cutters and some plastic tabs. But it does, like you said, fix that clock speed issue that the original had.
But again, Chris, monster lead. He's at level 12 already, so him pressing down, you see the difference in press downs, getting that 30 line advantage, whatever you want to call it. But now he's going to have to transition back to a traditional left well. Not going to go for it, though. Going to have to be done before level 20, but there's still 70 lines before that. At the bottom, 188 for Paniac. Gunter's board, little cheesed up. Classic French cheese.
Yeah, up top, we've got Euro Crisco with 147,000 points in the lead here, 248 to Andrew's 140. Down on the bottom, we've got Paniac with the lead at 190 to Gunter's 105,000.
Liking Paniac's well, just sticking with the column 3 well. Why the heck not? I am a big fan of unconventional wells, and 3 is probably one of the optimum places to put it because you can create your off stack with a set of pieces, and that won't affect your gameplay too much. 206 to 117, so we are starting to increase our levels. So they're going up from 12,000 up 1,200 points per level. That's still about a 7 Tetris lead, maybe 6. So quite the advantage. But again, 40 lines that you can get 6 Tetrises in those. So the pace is virtually the same. We'll just have to see how this plays out. And even at the level 11 speed, you can see Paniac changing his mind 3 times with that line piece on how to play it. The fun levels are going to start here with Chris at 15 now. Now you can see how it's a little out of control.
Absolutely, and this is around the time where he's probably going to start thinking about transitioning that well. Hasn't quite done it
Oh,
yet. Going for a dirty column 6 Tetris there.
and he made the adjustment on the L right before then, seeing that the line piece was coming because he was going to fill that in and get a safety triple. And then transition to a column 3. And now let's see where he builds the next one. At 341 to 202, but you see the 50 line difference. And the Tetrises are worth about 20,000 for Chris right now. But you can see he's past that midway point, and he's got to get that down. And those line clears are crucial.
And slots it in for another column 3 Tetris.
Digging it. Now you see Andrew getting into the faster speeds at level 14. Down at the bottom,
Bit of a misplace on
Paniac
that T block from Gunter there. Does manage to burn it out, though.
still at level 9, so he's going to transition. We get a 172 here. Yep, 172 transition for Gunter. So again, you were saying par is about 225 to 250,000. Tremendous is 300,000. Although I would say Paniac's 262 at level 13. I would imagine his transition, I did not catch that, wasn't much more than the 172. Ooh, and another top up by Chris at level 19.
395,000 there.
And there's the 4-way. He will tell you that's why you don't like him sometimes. You kind of miss when things happen, especially the games get out of control so quickly. You don't see it develop. This one should be more manageable for Andrew, but I do not want to curse him. I did that last time.
Andrew getting roughly all of the O blocks there.
Well, it isn't a bad Tetris game if you don't have an abundance of squares.
And looks like he'll be searching for 396,000 points. And we have a top out by Gunter here.
Ooh, that's a heart.
That is a heart
Paniac
for
tied it up.
Paniac.
Defending champion drops one unexpectedly.
Paniac already in the lead, can top out at his leisure here.
So the chase down at 396, but see, this is getting out of control.
Yeah, Andrew, on those level 17 speeds, he's gonna
This is
need to line it out.
really high up, and there's not great places for every piece. You can see him shaking his head. Can he get this to the right? He can. Oh, tremendous, tremendous play. I'm just holding my breath here. The line clears add to the drama as well. Can he get the square over to the left? He can.
Ooh, a
Now,
little
somewhat
bit of a
favorable board.
misdrop
Now the
on
right
that one,
side.
though.
Yeah. The right side's going to be
And
tough,
he
and it's going to
does
top
top
out.
out.
Andrew has had the door wide open twice.
Andrew gonna need a reverse sweep here if he wants to continue on in the competition today.
And
Randy97 asking where he can watch the first one. There's a YouTube channel, GB Tetris, and it does have the VOD for both the first preliminary and first tournament, as well as the preliminaries for this tournament. So just a little bit of a score recap here. We're sitting at 2 points for Euro Kriska, 0 points for Andrew, and 1 point apiece for Gunter and Paniac.
expecting 2-0. Trying to Euro it up a bit.
And Muffy asking about Analog Pocket. We have not checked on that for tournament compatibility here, so I don't have an answer on that. Right now, I would say no. We are currently using official hardware only.
Yeah, no emulation. I know Analog Pocket's FPGA, but also video capture might be difficult because the dock introduces a tremendous amount of lag, and that would be the one way you could stream it without a mod of some sort. But I don't think it'd be discounted in the future. So we're gonna get our readies here. It looks like Paniac's taking a quick break. As we get ready for our game threes here. Oh, it wasn't a break. It was a leaning over, getting something off the floor break.
Randy saying thank you for the people who run this tournament. Thank you guys for watching. All right, and if all players are ready, you can give me a thumbs up there on your cams. And they can start off this third round in 3, 2, 1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris. But if you want to just get some reps in without buying all the Game Boy equipment, this version of Tetris is officially available on the Nintendo Switch online service for free. So you subscribe to the online service. I think it's like $20 a year. You get a bunch of Game Boy games and NES games with that. Game Boy Tetris is on that list. So try it out, get a feel for it. And then if you feel you want to join the competition, then upgrade to the real hardware and join us up.
We would actually allow, because it is an official Nintendo release, we would allow Switch.
Awesome.
Now, mind you, personally, I find a little bit of, like you said with the Super Nintendo controller lag, I do find some lag on the Switch controllers, just in every game. So I don't necessarily think it would be the best way to play, but it is a way to play that's official.
It's official. It gets you on the door. You can get a feel for it.
Ooh, a super high stack from Kriska here.
And, oh man, these line delays are gonna help. But I'm clenching here.
Oh my god, just expert play from him on being able to survive that. We'll see if he can burn it out.
Give him the line game. There it is.
And
God,
he
the
does
double
slot it in.
Oh.
A sigh of relief from Kriska here as he almost topped out before getting even to 30,000 points.
Yikes.
I have no idea who did that, but that was perfect comic relief.
Very polite.
The
And
golf
somehow,
claps.
somehow only a 4,000 point difference here. So, you talk about level 9 being fairly on the slow side for professional Tetris games in general, but that piece entry delay, I keep harping on it. I'm almost almost James Chen level of talk about Tetris right here, going on and on about it, but it completely changes the dynamic of these matches. Like you want to play risky up the top, you want to maximize your Tetris rates, but you got to be extremely careful because a game will end in an instant.
Oh, absolutely. Between the piece entry delay and the matrix being too shorter, it's
Yep.
just a huge gamble to play that high.
81-61 at the bottom, about a 2 Tetris lead for Paniac. 89-97, about a 1 Tetris lead for Eurokriska. Sorry, I've been calling him Chris. Use those screen names, sir. But, nice close matches here in our game 3. Eurokriska looking to put Andrew away and advance to the semifinals.
Monkey
And do we have a
asking Monkey asking if 9-5 is possible. 9-5 is super possible, and even 19-5 is super possible.
I've done 9-5, yeah. It's if I can do that, then it's possible. And it's a fun little ending. Not Nintendo characters, it's just generic little dancers playing their little instruments and dancing around. But the 19-5, and interestingly, you'll see a little heart next to the level when you add that level, that 10 level speed difference, but the points remain the same, which is why we are starting at level 9, as we brought up at the beginning of the broadcast.
Yeah, Game
So
Boy
very.
technically doesn't have 19 starts, it has 9 heart.
Mhm.
Super close game up top still. 150,000 for Eurocris and 145 for Andrew. Andrew about 12 lines behind, though, so does have the pace advantage currently.
And the patience that Gunter has to let these pieces just drop at this level 9 speed without pressing down is amazing. I'm a pretty patient person, but even I'd be just like, get on to the next piece, press it down, press it down. But that's why he's the current champ. He's got his strategy, and it works to his best to his gameplay.
Andrew with a perfect well there if he can burn it out.
And even at level 9, well, he's about to transition, but even at level 9, you don't want to get maybe 2/3 the way up, any higher than 2/3 of the way up before you start burning away lines. I would imagine. Maybe one of these pros will tell me differently.
Personally, I'd agree with that. Getting any more than 2/3 of the way up, you're putting yourself in some danger there.
Roughly where the word level is on your board there. But level 10 transition at 237 for Eurokriska. Another 10 lines for Andrew before transition. So he has a potential of 3 Tetrises, which would be 36,000 points, which would put him not quite at 200,000. So he is behind in pace as well. Down at the bottom, look at this. Oh, that's a dirty triple. I was about to get all excited for that dirty Tetris for Paniac.
I was
But
fooled by it too, but it was the split triple there, yeah.
he's too relaxed to get excited about anything, really. I mean, if he were out in a hammock, that'd be the perfect way to play your Game Boy on a day like this.
Randy97 asking how you can better connect with the Tetris community. We do have an open Discord server for Game Boy Tetris if someone wants to post the link in the YouTube chat.
One 92. Paniac about to transition with the next Tetris. We'll see if the pieces agree with him or if he'll line it out to 100 lines. So he's looking at a 200,000 transition, depending on how he gets these last three. 160 for Gunter, but he's got a long way before level 10 even. But even in the last game, though, I don't even think he made the transition. So you think playing it low and slow and conservative would give him all the advantage in the world, but even our pro players can let things get out of control at level 9 speeds because of the different physics of this version of the game. 383 up top for Eurocris. So again, that's been the story of all three games. Kriska getting the huge advantage early, pressing down, pushing ahead, topping out at points and giving Andrew the chance to catch up, but he's got built so much of a lead on both of the previous games that Eurokriska got the win on both those first two games, and the same storyline is playing out in this game 3, but you see the crazy gameplay here at level 15 speeds. Both players have the perfect well set up, but again, you're getting to that halfway to 2/3 point on the board where you got to start burning those down.
And he does burn it down with a nice Tetris there. Slams down another one, bringing up to 433,000 compared to Andrew's 234. Looking at a 200,000 point differential here. And with only 30 lines between them, that's it's not enough lines to make that up.
No, that's 7 or so Tetrises, even if you're playing perfectly, and at 17, 18,000 a Tetris. Going to be behind, going to just need to play as perfectly as possible. Andrew is fighting for his tournament life, as we like to say. Makes a line dependency, gets the line to fill it.
Yeah, just some excellent pace here by Eurocris, about to cross 500k. That'll be
Yep.
our first 500 of the day.
I will not ring a bell for 500k. As hard as it is. The getting a little inspired here on Kriska's board. Fills in the line. Another one would be amazing, but you just see the panic. The game panics more than even the player does. And those line clears are a blessing. Holy folk. Oh, you can see the relief. Kriska gets the Tetris, is able to wipe his nose. 536. Doubling up Andrew here. But it ain't over till it's over. Here we go into level 20 at a 560, the final level. All Tetris are worth 25,000 points plus from here on out to 300 lines. So this is just, if you're Euro Kriska, just pad out that lead. You probably played a little conservatively here. Andrew is going to have to go all out if he's going to make this up.
Absolutely. At this point, with the 300 line cap, it'll be difficult even if he does make it all the way. He's gonna have to have a serious amount of Tetrises in order to bridge that gap.
But you can see just the craziness. Kriska's board is falling apart fast. So you can see it's not quite level 9 or level 29 speed of NES Tetris. It's all about the line entry delays. That's what really makes it tough.
We're seeing a perfect example here on just how much a difference pushdown makes, because all these matches started at the same time. And Euro Kriska sitting here at 220 lines. Gunter is down at the bottom with only 94, still playing on level 9 speeds. Just cruising, listening to some lo-fi.
What a troll.
But that's the kind of patience that won him the first championship last year.
The European way, I love it. Extended long lunches. Extra vacation time. So Euro Kriska out to cross 600,000 points. Waiting for that line. Waiting for something to put in that gap, and it's just not coming.
Does
there
top
it is.
out 597,571. So Andrew gonna need 598,000 in order to take this point and save his tournament life here.
Well, you know what? A chip in a chair. He's got the board. He's got level 20 speeds, 100 lines to do it. The line here to get a Tetris would be amazing, and there it is. So at 25,000 points of Tetris, this should be fairly easy math for me. Want to get that exact score, 597. So 8 Tetrises in 100 lines. That's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but he does have his work cut out for him here. You need to
Yep,
keep
but
Canada in the competition, Andrew.
oh
Oh, and
boy.
a misdrop on that L block.
Misdrops are so harmful.
And a misrotate on
And
the
that's
T
it.
block will take him out. Euro Kriska winning the match here will go on to the semifinals.
GG's Andrew.
GG's to Andrew. I'll razz him at work on Monday.
I mean,
Hand
if
him
you're
the
gonna go out, I mean, you got. I think he went out on level 20 or close to it all 3 games. So you got to take out one of the best players in the world. What can you do?
absolutely. You can see the two of them there paying homage. Oh, and we've got a technical malfunction from Gunter here.
Oh man, what's the rule book here?
I'm just waiting for some commentary from him in the chat there. I've got no shit.
He was behind.
He was behind at the time here. Out of battery, he says.
Business proposal. You should like maybe one of those premier battery companies. With a rabbit. I don't want to buzz market them, but you know, it'd be a good partner to have.
Right? Good sponsor.
Mhm.
Gunter, not sponsored by Pink Bunnies, it turns out.
No. So into level 20 for Paniac. You will explain the situation here in a moment as we go to our
Let's
big 2-player scene.
and just fix the points here. Okay, Gunter has plugged in. So Paniac, you can top out. And the general ruling we have here is player choice. We like to have some freedom here. So since there was a game-breaking malfunction and Gunter was behind at the time, Paniac can choose whether or not he wants to take the point or run the match back. So Paniac, are you going to take the point?
You have like the do we have sound effects guy with like the Who Wants to Make a Millionaire tense music?
Not quite.
Frankly, this is a world championship,
No,
and
yes, it's
you should
hard
have
to
the
to say, but yes,
Absolutely.
I want to play fair, so to be fair play, so we can replay the match.
wow. That
Oh,
is, I would not have done that, but that's the type of person that I am, and I hope everybody gives you a round of applause in the chat for that.
Yeah, thanks. That's very generous. I assume like the responsibility of this mistake. It was pretty dumb. Sorry, guys.
no worries. Paniac being a very good sportsman there, saying that he's going to run the match back, so no points awarded for that round. A bigger man than myself or Chris Bidwell in this case. I think both of us would have just taken the point.
Oh
Oh my
Lord,
goodness.
we're in for a long afternoon.
Gonna be a long one. All right. So once both players are ready and at the file select screen, we can get on with the technically fourth match, but third pointed match in this this quarterfinal here.
So chin up, eyes wide open. Next box. I regret nothing. Check your batteries. Got it. All right, ready to go.
And they're ready in 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Also, we got a brief view of Paniac's cat in the previous shot.
Cats are definitely welcome on the Game Boy tournament streams 100% of the time.
Look at this. Perfect clear, Paniac. I got a little growl in my voice for that. Kingsman special.
Starting off 0 pushdown points for Gunter so far. We'll see how long it takes before he actually pushes down for the first time.
That's why his batteries ran out. His games are taking too dang long.
Well, now he's got that sweet, sweet AC adapter. Huge spire there for him. Oh, and he does push down, gets those sweet 9 pushdown points there.
Mm-hmm. Big fan of odd numbers.
Does that mean that you can't even?
I guess I didn't think I was is that a millennial or Gen Z thing? I think it's a millennial thing, right?
Yeah, definitely more of a millennial thing.
I'm neither nor, so
I'm definitely square in the millennial hole there, born in 1990 myself.
oh Jesus Christ! Well, you know what? It is incredible that you kids play the same dang gangs I played when I was 13 in 1990.
You kids. I grew up with
Yep.
Game Boy Tetris, okay? Game Boy Tetris and Gen 1 Pokemon.
That's amazing too. I work at a game store on weekends, and we cannot keep Pokemons or Tetris or Game Boys in stock. I mean, that's every time we get one in, it's out the door within a week. There's something about that green and white simplicity. I don't know what it is. It's hard to describe.
Oh yeah, that pea green nostalgia.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. I have Game Boy Color, original DMG, Game Boy Pocket, and GBA SP for playing them, and there's something about that original dot matrix display.
It really was a fascinating brief moment in time when like business guys would have a Game Boy in their pocket. This is before cell phones were cell phones that we know them today. You know, if you had a cell phone, it was a car phone in a giant briefcase. So you know, your yuppie types would actually have a Game Boy and Tetris or whatever other puzzle game they would have on them, and it was a very brief moment in the zeitgeist, but it was a thing.
We need to bring
But
it back, honestly.
yeah,
No more smartphones, everybody just walks around with a Nintendo Switch.
so again, the story of this match, Paniac, you know, pressing down, getting good points. Gunter trolling everybody, wearing out batteries by not pressing down. You see the line difference, you see the score difference. It's only going to grow over the next 70 to 80 lines.
When the
And then we'll see
apocalypse happens, the only surviving piece of technology is going to be Gunter's down button.
Pristine. Like both stacks looking nice and clean and normal.
And Paniac here sitting at 161,000 compared to Gunter's 59,000. Only a 20 line difference, so the pace lead's definitely going in Paniac's favor there.
I'm trying to math this up. 12,000 times 17. So is this a perfect game for Paniac so far? Has he had a line clear yet?
I don't believe he has had a burn yet. I think he's at perfect Tetris
Yeah,
efficiency.
I think this. We screwed it up. See, commentators curse again. But either way, and again with the 18 high matrix, that's even harder to do. You have less real estate to play around with at the top of the board. So incredible start here for Paniac, looking to after graciously declining a heart over the world champion in the last game, is good karma is coming back in his favor so far in game 3 Mark II.
So it looks like he just hit his 17th Tetris. So he wasn't at quite perfect efficiency before. I just did the math.
Got it. But
Darn close too.
the James Chen special, we'll just call it that. Looking forward to seeing him in a couple weeks.
VRSA saying, "Is there a Nokia Tetris championship?" Not yet, but you never know. You could start up a Discord and eventually you might make it on CTWC.
If you build it, nobody will come. I'm kidding.
I'd tune in for some Nokia Tetris.
Sure. This is just a dream start for Paniac, and what you just want to do is you get super comfortable with all the pieces working out for you. What you have to be willing to do is once things start not going out in your favor, is be willing to bail quickly. You get so comfortable, like, all right, I'm going to take this risk. I'm killing it right now. But you've got an opponent breathing behind you who, when you top out at level 15 because you were a little too aggressive, can come all the way back and take this game. So the name of every version of Tetris is basically, dialing the aggression up and down depending on the situation. And that's constantly moving back and forth on every single piece.
Absolutely, and with a 259,000 point transition there for Paniac, we'll see what Gunter gets there. Only 31 lines away from transition now, so about 3 days' time, he'll be transitioned to level 10 there.
Happy Memorial Day to American viewers. Oh
my God, the laugh track.
Lord. I'm going to ask for an increase in pay for that.
Wait, you're getting paid?
Joke. Exactly. That was the joke. All right. 295. Maniac here. Nice dirty Tetris. One off the bottom. Perfect well transfer. Now Paniac's going into letting the piece. He's not pressing down as much. You kind of want to get into that mindset also of transferring from a press down, push down, push down, push down to let the pieces come to you mindset. I mean, that's going to happen at the later levels anyway, but it's good to get your brain into the mode of just letting it come to you.
Absolutely, and level 12 is a good time to do that. Anywhere between 12 and 15, you're going to want to stop with that down button.
So Gunter here, I was going to get a little dramatic, but he's going to get a double to open up the well again. He's at that threshold. He has a nice opening in the left side. No spin available. That's another thing. Because of the left side wells, I believe the spins don't work for the pieces as well as they would in the NES version. Is that correct?
Between the left side wells as well as the pieces just sticking faster, it's just harder in general to do a spin.
So it does limit your options a bit. Less trick plays, if you will. Slow, dramatic, long Tetris.
And Gunter getting very close to that transition here, only 3 lines away, sitting about 100,000 points behind where Paniac was at that time.
Yeah, it's a lot of Tetrises. That's about 7 or 8 Tetrises at 12,000 points apiece. Now Paniac's in the fun levels, level 14.
And we do have a transition here at 160,000, so 99,000 points behind where Paniac was when he transitioned. Paniac breaking the 400k barrier here is going to be tough to catch up to.
Well, if you score with every piece, every line piece, then it's not impossible, so we'll see. Paniac trying to maintain some decent parity here.
And Josh is asking who the best Game Boy Tetris player right now is. I think overall, I would have a hard time personally choosing between Euro Kriska, Mark, and Blue Scooty. But I'd say those three are probably our top three.
I'm a big proponent of having to win a title, and Gunter is your current world champion, so even if he is a slight underdog in a situation, once he doesn't get to lose that title until he actually loses it, which he could here.
This is true. Gunter is our reigning champion.
But scenes grow more quickly than just a once-a-year tournament, and you're much better abreast of the situation than I am.
Well, last year when Gunter took the CTWC GB tournament there, it was definitely, he was an underdog coming in, not a very high seed, but managed to win it all in a very dramatic fashion just by playing slowly and methodically. So we'll see if he can repeat that this year.
You have to play differently in a tournament situation than you do when you're playing solo at home. So there is something to be said. And I like the adjustment. Paniac saw the second line coming and set up the column 2 Tetris rather than take the safety triple. Just perfect planning. And he was prepared to make that change. He's going to maintain that column 2 well.
Nice double
And
burn
the
before
square.
the Tetris.
Yes, yes. Gets the perfect well transfer, but of course now he doesn't want to make a right well.
Looks like he's gonna try it.
Set up a column 9 here. And Gunter Amino short of opening his well up, but this lead is just huge right now. Paniac is, for him, you're about to hit level 20 with this next line clear. Now it's about just pouring on as many points as you can with these next 100 lines. Just setting that bar way too high for Gunter to cross.
Absolutely, and he is about to hit that 500k there. And that double will do it, 501,000 for Paniac compared to 251 for Gunter. Gunter has got his work cut out for him in this match.
So if you're Gunter, though, you're just focusing on those 2 Minos to get back into scoring position. You take the split triple. I'm going to focus on Paniac here as he's going to race through this level 20 for these next 80-some lines. I-14, 256. Pretty Tetris here for Gunter, so that is possible with the slower speeds. Although this is level 14, so you're going to see the drama increase here. Flat burn. 223 lines. Paniac playing 2 off the bottom at level 20. That is not ideal. You got to get this burn down.
That J piece will help him out a lot there.
Yep.
And another J for a double burn. Oh, and looks like he's setting up for a Tetris there.
He is. Well, that's the problem with the column 2 or column 9 setups. A line piece is the only way to extend your secondary stack.
And he does and slides it in for a level 20 Tetris. 557,000 points compared to Gunter just crossing 300k now.
He's going to keep it up. He's going to keep it up. And I think with this clear, he can get a well transfer if he gets the line, but we know this game just doesn't like to give them.
Does get it, not at the right time. Does decide to go to a full left well there. And this just showcases what you were saying earlier about transferring that aggression when you need to. Now he's playing defensively, trying to get everything put back the way he wants it before he can go for another Tetris.
And there was an example. The square, he just took a safety double. So that could have been a Tetris setup. Let's see what he does the line here. He takes the double again. So now he's in that safety mode. He's nearing 600,000. Sets up the Tetris in column 3.
Does
And
have to
wisely
burn it
covers.
out there.
Yep. You see the limited time with that shortened stack. At 18 high, you have less room to put your trash. There's a Tetris setup. He's set up. Can he get the line?
And he does.
Gets it.
Slams down
So-
another Tetris, passing 600k, first of the day.
Sells out his board, though, but it is manageable at this height. Gunter now approaching level 20. At 375 currently, he's got to basically get all Tetrises. Gunter's going to be Tetris. Oh, he misjudges it. This could be it.
Couple of misdrops spell
That's it.
Gunter's demise, giving the next point to Paniac here. Paniac with 618,000 can top out when he likes.
Is he going to mull in the last 20 lines? Ah, that's good. Good stuff. Match point, Paniac. Giving the cat all the credit.
Some excellent play there from Paniac. Those level 20 speeds, they're slower than NES, but when you're not rolling, they're no joke.
No, and the preparation of the next piece was just that's the killer. Like if you don't get that line clear to reset yourself, that game blows up in an instant. You saw what happened even in Paniac's board. He got halfway up, and then the pieces just like within a second, all the pieces were on the board and the game was topped out.
Absolutely. We're getting a board clear here from Paniac. Gunter's turning the lights on.
Check the batteries in your lights. The close-up can for Paniac.
There we go. And if both players are ready, they can give me a thumbs up, and we can start the next round. Excellent. They can start off in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Paniac only needs one more point here for the win.
We will see if the karma continues for Paniac after giving up the previous win. Playing out the same way. Slow and steady versus the hare.
Yeah, Paniac, you're already stacking to the skies. A little bit of computer noise there on the stream. My apologies.
Hunter knocks down his first Tetris.
And Paniac already 2 Tetrises in here. Sitting at 26,000 compared to Gunter's 12,000.
So infuriating to watch. That's so good.
Gunter's got those sweet 9 pushdown points again. All you'll ever need is 9 pushdown points. It's like when Bill Gates said that you'll only ever need like 64 megabytes of RAM.
Kilobytes.
Kilobytes, right.
Nine's my number, though, so I'll take it.
Definitely my favorite number 2.
Yeah, see, you guys start at level 9. I was born in September. It's all good. It's all 9s. One of these days, I'll get a max out. I'll have six 9s across my board. Hey, now.
I actually have 9 tattooed on my wrist. If I get a max out, I might need 5 more tattoos, though. Get them all the way around. And Paniac already about to break 100k, just sitting at 39 lines there, compared to Gunter's 24 lines.
You see them playing conservatively. Like I said, this does look slow. But where Gunter is right about now at this height, he isn't going to go much higher without taking a burn, so...
Well, if he gets it nice and high, like around to where it says level on the screen, then it might be the speed of a pushdown player.
Right. Paniac just plowing through here, trying to solve his issue. Opens up his problem well. We'll fill it in here. Now he's back to safety. 130 to 64. So it's really difficult to see like who has a pace lead, because obviously Panic is literally playing twice as fast as Gunter. 63 lines to 33 lines.
Slight pace lead right now for Paniac. We'll see if he maintains that going into transition, though.
Setting up a line dependency, fills it in. You talk about the crazy RNG in this game. I have multiple instances where I've received like 3 line pieces in a row, so it is all over the place. Do you want to talk about some of the subtle differences between this and the already crazy NES RNG?
Yeah, so first off, the Game Boy Tetris RNG is far more prone to bursts. Because there's a heavy impact on what your current piece is versus what your next piece is, and it can lead to SZ bursts and O bursts like we're seeing right now on Paniac's screen, where just every other piece is an O block for a little while there. There's also, every piece does not have the same probability of spawning.
Interesting.
I'm going to pull up the actual probabilities here.
$200,000 points for Paniac now, effectively doubling up Gunter, but you notice the line counts. Gunter has a slight pace lead, as he has 5/8 of the lines that Paniac has.
Absolutely. So looking up the actual percentages here, an L block, for example, only has a 10.7% chance of spawning on any given piece, compared to O, S, and T blocks, which have a 16.1% chance of spawning.
And then 1 out of 7 is just a plain 1 out of 7 is a 14.28%. So that they can see the variables there.
And then the J, I, and Z blocks are 13.7% chance on Game Boy.
So interesting. Those are deliberate decisions too. So it's You'd love to get in the heads of these designers when they were coming up with these charts. $252, $122, column 9 Tetris for Paniac, and you'll see the well transfer back to the left with this move, and he's transitioned. Kind of keep that 255-ish transition for Paniac when Gunter finally clears it in an hour or two.
And Paniac did transition around the 250k mark there, which again, a good transition for tournament play. We're going to have to see what Gunter transitions at here. Sitting at 135 right now, he is not quite on pace for the 250.
Paniac's gone full Gunter. No more press down at level 11. Perfectly sloping well.
Keeping the lines relatively close, just for us commentators.
Yep. We're just so entertaining that the people want more of us.
The next CTWC Game Boy, we're actually instituting the rules of no press down. You must disable your down button. Level 0 starts.
Oh man, the morning zoo DJ routine with the soundboard, man. Here comes 300,000 for Paniac. So again, probably some of the best pace of the tournament so far.
Absolutely, and Paniac's still sitting at double the score of Gunter. Slides in a nice Tetris, bringing him up to 327,000 compared to Gunter's 155.
I'm going to take the safety triple.
MJ asking in the chat, who gave them a soundboard? I have no idea.
We don't even know who the them is. I see a icon on my Discord screen. So somebody has power beyond belief and is hidden from public view.
Yeah, unfortunately with the OBS screen up on my screen, I can't even see whose mic activates when they press it.
361, 182. Here comes our transition. So, like you, so with another Tetris, Gunter will have a 194 transition here versus the 250 transition of Paniac. So there's your Tetris difference. About 4 Tetrises at the level 10 transition. Post transition, though, Paniac has slowed down a bit. He's at 378 the last 40 lines. But his board's looking good now. It's going to start getting into the crazy stages. Taking the safety triple, knowing that.
Grandmaster in the chat saying that there's too much eye strain on the DMG. Best thing to do then would be to try the Game Boy Advanced SP version because it's backlit, just much better illumination, much less eye strain.
You see Paniac perfectly displaying one right there. Again, you see Paniac into that. He has a lead, and this version of the game forces you to play more conservatively. Gunter is building skyscrapers here.
Yeah, you're definitely seeing the RNG effects here with a bunch of S blocks on Paniac's board. Paniac now getting an O burst as I say it, and Gunter just recovering from a bit of an O burst there.
He's going to clear this. Oh, and I think this L, get him back in a scoring position perfectly. Wow. You're going to complain about bad RNG. You got to praise the RNG when that happens. The clients that go for the clients that get in a scoring position with that L, and it wisely pays off, knocks it down. 229 to 488, but again, a 50 line difference. So it's very hard to tell. Paniac does have a pace lead. and you see the piece spawning just instantly, like piece. Unless you get that nice line clear. Go ahead.
Topsoil asking about whether or not modded Game Boys are allowed. Yes, they are indeed allowed in terms of things like screen mods for backlight, front light, and IPS.
The controllers, no way in heck. And you see Paniac's board starting to cascade a little bit. Knocks down the column 2 Tetris. Now he's at 556. Looking to put Gunter, the reigning champion, away in our top 8, the 2024 CTWC GB finals. Gunter's in trouble. That spire is extremely sticky. It's like a magnet up there, and he's going to knock down the Tetris to get the safety. But the insta-lock these pieces have when they touch.
Oh, Paniac in a bit of trouble
Paniac.
here. Gonna see if
He
he's
gets it to
able
the- he
to
gets it
line
to the
that
right.
out.
Can he get this to the right? Just in time.
Oh, amazing
Oh, this is
rotation
so
on that
close.
T block. Does
Get
not
it.
get that over. Tops out at 562,814. Gunter looking for a 563,000 here.
Now, he has 160 lines to do this.
I caught him. It's Avrix doing it.
I asked for that about a half an hour ago. Good pull, bro. That was the Paniac taking the point or leaving the point music. Paniac going to just show the little face icon as he sweats this out. This is going to be a long chase down here for Gunter. But you see the speed steadily increasing as we head up to level 20. This is not line outable. You're going to need some Tetrises here. Roughly 1,000 points a line at this stage of the game, and he has 143 lines to get over 250,000 points. So we will see where the aggression comes in. And again, that stack in the middle. It's a beacon, it's a magnet. A piece touches it, his game will be over in an instant.
Now, important to
Knocks down the
note, I'm
Tetris.
not entirely certain if this is up to date, but Gunter's current high score listed on our high scores list is only 466,590 on the Discord there. Again, not sure that that's 100% up to date, but we'll see if Gunter's able to get this 562,000.
Line comes just in time. Ooh, just slid it back to the right just in time. And playing aggressive. Trying to keep that Tetris well open. Now he's going to have to burn it down. The square is certainly going to help. Level 17 now.
And that T-block will open as well back up. We'll see if he can build it back up. He is going to need some Tetrises here if he's going to get to that score of 563,000.
He pays off with the double line. He could have played it safe, and he knew he needed the Tetrises. And at this point, flips the T one too early. He's going to take the triple here. And now it's just, you got to burn this down to get back to scoring position, and we're approaching level 20 quickly.
We'll see if he can slide something in there. Does choose to just block it up and burn it out.
Column 3 Tetris, well, maybe. Nope, well. Now back to cleanup mode. The speed of the pieces is so out of control right now.
Peniac sitting in a pretty good position here. Only needs this point to move on. So even if Gunter gets this, he's still facing an uphill battle of having to win 2 matches in a row.
the adjustment. Gets his double now. So with one more line clear, you got a perfect column 8 Tetris well to work with. Now we're at our level 20 speed. They get no faster from here. Knocks down the Tetris. He's going to need a bunch more.
Those
Or
just
14.
barely slotted in there.
Needs 6 Tetrises. Don't quote me on that. I'm doing quick math. 150,000, 25,000 points of Tetris.
Bit of a
right
misdrop
now-
on that S.
Yeah, it's manageable, but he's not scoring, but he has 85 lines. But I think knowing that number, you can't get the square over in time.
And we're seeing here just what I was talking about earlier with those pieces sticking just a little bit faster. Gives you a lot less time to hit a misdrop, and he does top out at 424,181 points, which means Paniac will be moving on to the semifinal round.
We're going to have a new champion.
We are. The champion has been taken out in the quarterfinal rounds here, so now it's anyone's game to see who's going to be this year's champion.
GG's Gunter, congrats on your run last year and a good run this year getting to the top 8.
Definitely well played to all of our first round players here. We will be back in just a few minutes with the second quarterfinal match. In the meantime, I'll have the bracket up for your viewing enjoyment. And we're back. Thank you very much for holding on. We are ready for our next round of the quarterfinals. Getting everything set up here. So our next matches here are going to be Code Crusher versus Mr. Fack and Hepta versus MJ.
Code Crusher, the lone remaining North American and only United Statesian in the top 8. I enjoy watching everybody's Game Boy setups here. And we got the pair of dancing anime girls for our camera shy Mr. Fack.
MJ pointing out, what about Mr. Fack? He's the lone South American.
Okay, that's, yep. Didn't have the flags up, thank you.
He's also got a very unique setup, Mr. Fack. He's using an N64 with a ROM hack of Pokemon Stadium that allows you to play Game Boy games through the transfer pack.
Oh my god, that's amazing. So are you, is it, so you're hyper tapping an N64 controller, or do you have like a modified something else? Because the N64 D-pad's pretty great, but that trident doesn't seem conducive to holding in a good spot, whether putting it on a solid surface or rolling or whatever else you might be trying to do with all those tridents and weird pieces and whatever hunks of plastic are coming out of that thing. But I applaud the effort. I love it.
Definitely a nice D-pad, but most certainly the wonkiest controller that has ever been made by Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can get all players here to the level select screen, we can get round 1 underway.
Yeah, speaking as a Dr. Mario organizer, lots of people love Dr. Mario 64, but those dang controllers, nope.
Dr. Mario 64 is a nice game. I enjoy it.
Fantastic content, terrible controller.
Yep. Pretty much. I've been trying to refurbish the sticks on my N64 controllers recently, and it is quite the pain.
I got a cartoon thumbs up for Mr. Fack.
Yep. There we go. And just waiting on Hepta to get to level select here.
Trying to play B-type. I see your strat, Hepta.
Code Crusher saying that his stream is operating a little slowly, so we'll have to bear with him on that.
That's online competition. That's par for the course. No biggie. We'll get you.
We're still missing a Hepta here. Hepta saying that he's having some audio problems. We'll see if Hepta can get back in there.
I'm not a judge on these things, but I would imagine Audio is the least critical portion of a stream like this.
Well, the only issue being he can't hear us telling him when the match is going to start or telling him when to top out if he needs to. The issue is that he can't hear Discord on his browser.
Right. Now his camera's getting adjusted. There you see, looks like the Japanese copy of Tetris in there.
And if we can get a thumbs up from Hepta when he's ready here, if he can hear us.
MJ flashing off his Brick Boy. But he's playing on the, is that a Pocket?
No, that's a Play It Loud DMG.
Got it. Okay, yep. Those are a little bit better for, especially if they're backlit. Those are nice thickness, nice size D-pad, a little heft to it.
Mm-hmm. And you can see MJ's big Game Boy carry case in the background there as well.
Aren't those the best? Just advertise to thieves what you're carrying.
Right? I think a modern day one of those would be the PS5. Gerhard, yes, Mr. Fack is playing on Pokemon Stadium. The only player in our Discord who simultaneously plays Pokemon and Tetris.
And it's not a live broadcast if you don't have snafus, so appreciate your patience, everybody, while we get this finally set up here. I'm just shuffling around just like the anime girl and Mr. Fax dot camera.
Absolutely, just pacing back and forth. Okay, so Hepta finally has some audio there. Switch to laptop speakers, so he can hear us again, which is great. And we'll be able to get these matches underway.
Great for us, terrible for him. He's got to listen to us.
True that. Alright. So if we can get a thumbs up from Hepta, then we'll know that we're ready to go.
So our two Finns, is that correct? Hepta and MJ?
That's correct, yes. The two Finnish players. So no matter what, Finland advances to the semifinals. We've got a thumbs up there, so without any further ado or faffing about, we can start off this match in 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Tetris. And the cross style of MJ and Hepta single-handed. I like that. The grips are fascinating in this version of the game. Whatever works.
Absolutely. Crosshand hypertap is a fairly common play style amongst the Game Boy players. Personally, I just find it too squished. So I can't crosshand tap at all. I mostly play with my thumbs. Andrew saying he wonders who will finish first. It's a terrible pun.
But you reread it, so you're encouraging it. Just saying.
I always encourage terrible puns. It's my toxic trait.
Yes, I've intended far more puns in my broadcasting career than I have a right to. But early on here, 37,000 for Mr. Fack. 16,000 for Code Crusher, so he's had one Tetris waiting for number 2 to come up here.
And does get it right now. That'll bring him up to 28k, compared to Mr. Fack's 49,000.
And that beautiful crystal clear image from those GB interceptors. What a great invention. You turned me on to them last year. I've bought several of them for myself, and One of my favorite things to do with them is to broadcast a Game Boy camera on my stream or on tournament streams as a commentator cam, and everybody loves it.
Absolutely.
So,
During the top 16 that we had this year, we actually did have a player using the Game Boy camera as a webcam.
fantastic. And you get it on like a giant projector at one of these live events, and you're like a pixel is the size of your fist.
Oh, that's
Fantastic. Everybody loves it.
beautiful. Webcam technology never should have progressed past that point, if you ask me.
No. Like that's what made them webcams, and now they're just regular cameras. It's like it's there's a feel to it for sure. But enough of me moaning about how things are progressing, and I'm an old man and stuff. 79 to 88 up top, so close game there. One Tetris difference. 86-96 at the bottom. Hepta MJ again, one Tetris difference. And fortunately, all players are pressing down, so we're forcing the action a little bit. I can see the people behind the scenes huddling together and saying, "Man, maybe we need to introduce heart level starts for next year to push the action a little bit more." Yes, the scores won't be reflective of actual talent, but there's got to be some solution somewhere to encourage pushing the action versus relying on level 9 so much or forcing press downs or something like that.
I feel like there's got to be some kind of ROM hack that can fix the scoring for 9 Heart.
That'd be the solution. I mean, if you're going to have same P sets and stuff, just throw that into a Game Boy Gym or whatever you end up doing. But at the bottom, I'm looking at MJ covering up as well, and there's that one Mino short, so there's going to be some calculus here on how to get that uncovered.
All those T blocks are going to give him a huge hand, and then he'll clean it up with a J block, opening up his well again.
Yeah, the T-block is the ultimate tool in this game. It can be used to solve so many different problems, and when you get a plethora of them, that's the magic that can happen. Still close game, 124 now, 136 to 112. So Hepta building up a 2 Tetris lead now back to 1.5. Back to 1, basically.
Mr. Fack up there, digging himself out of quite a situation, slotting in a Tetris, bringing him up to 131,000, now tied with Code Crusher. He is sitting about 11 lines ahead, though.
Oh, the square had a dirty Tetris set up, but Code Crusher deciding not to go for it. Again, the level 9 speeds might be slow, but you got to play more conservative with the physics of this game.
Absolutely, and Code Crusher, in a bit of a situation there, is starting to burn it down, though.
Yeah, that ZST combination. It's, again, Code Crusher back down to safety. While Mr. Fact knocks down another perfect Tetris. He's now up to 169. Hey, now. 136, Code Crusher.
And down on the bottom here, we've got a very close game. Hepta with 166 compared to MJ's 163. Now shooting up to 175. Both players at around 70 lines.
Nice tight game at the bottom. So this is something we're not been used to so far. Everybody playing at the same pace, and that kind of gives you a better idea of the narrative of the game. Tetris for Hepta to tie it up. Code Crusher back at the bottom, building up from scratch. Down about 4 Tetrises.
Absolutely. And Mr. Fact
worried
there
about
with
Mr. Fact's column 4.
so many S's on his board, and he gets another little burst there. Just another 2 of them and a third.
Oh, there's no line clear for that. This could be trouble. Just the worst piece sequence you can hope for Mr. Fact. And the piece, the fall rate is manageable, but the generation of the pieces.
Mr. Fact getting some lag on his stream there, so we're waiting with bated breath to see if he'll get out of this.
The L got the J instead. Double J dependent. I never get my L's and J's straight in these situations. I'm like, I know which one I need, but not that one. screen game at the bottom, so I'm going to focus on the top still, is Mr. Fact trying desperately to dig out of this, and that's not going to clear either. So having to put even more weight on those blank negative Tetramino spaces.
And we do have transition for both players up top. 191,000 for Code Crusher compared to 199,000 for Mr. Fack. Mr. Fack, though, still trying to dig himself out of this position and does top out.
With the Tetris, Code Crusher will take it just like that. And the quick knockouts in this game.
Code Crusher does take the point here, surpassing that 200k. He can top out. Good job, Code Crusher, keeping North America's dreams alive. Down at the bottom here, we've got transition from Hepta at around 240,000, and MJ transitioning here at 221. Could be anyone's game down there between the two Finns.
This is the first time all day we've had a back and forth close match. Both players playing at the same pace. Now you're going to see players slowing down.
There we go, and if we can get a thumbs up on the top half of the screen there from Code Crusher and Mr. Fact, we can get their second round underway. Excellent. They can start off round 2 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
See how Hepta fills in that thing there. There's two solutions to this, and neither one are showing up. Wow, gets that just to the right all the way in time. That was a risky play. Not sure if it was worth the risk, but paid off.
Does decide to just garbage it up, and then uses that L block to clear it.
Still in the lead, even though MJ with the perfect board, so still a 2 Tetris lead. Ooh, the early shift there for Hepta.
Yeah, that Z block gonna cause him some trouble. Need to burn this out a little bit more, giving MJ the chance to catch up here.
You see more early shifts in this game because you have to have the better timing for the piece entry. $395, $280 at the bottom. So again, 1 Tetris difference. MJ staying within 1 Tetris. Up at the top, we are close 39 to 29. Next Tetris for Mr. Fack will tie this back up again.
We'll see if Mr. Fack can get the pieces he needs in this game and stop himself from having to dig out like he did last game there.
So 311, 314. Yeah, 311, 314 at the bottom, but you do notice a 1 level difference. So Hepta been pushing down a little bit more, cycling through those pieces a little quicker, having the 1 level disadvantage. MJ will have that 10 lines of information.
Perfect triple burn there by MJ with that L block.
Hepta hanging the square.
Perfect
nice
Z spin.
Still a very precarious spot for Hepta. Gets out of danger. 363, 388, 338, my apologies. So with that little riskier play, Hepta has taken a lead.
Gets himself a couple of hard-earned Tetrises there. Now up to 384 to 356, which is now 374. Only 10,000 points between them, but a full 12 lines.
Yep. They're just as neck and neck as it gets right now. They're close to the top, 78 to 80. Mr. Fact playing a little cheeky up there, waiting for a long piece. We'll take the double, then knock it down. But at the bottom, tremendous game. We're rushing to level 20 with both players. Well, 407, 375. We'll have first dual 400 games, I believe, of the tournament. Ooh, Hepta hangs the Z. Gonna play the safety triple now. Now that's easier to clean up.
MJ doing some cleanup of his own here, trying to hit that 400k mark, and does get it with that double.
And with nearly 20 line difference now, they are virtually tied. At the top, Mr. Fack has opened up a 53,000 point lead. I'm keeping my focus mostly on the bottom match as we reach our level 20 climax. Hepta 4 lines away at a 474, so another Tetris will be just inches away from 500,000. He's going to take the triple into level 20, so the second transition at 482. So with the next 100 lines are going to stay at this level 20 speed and point distribution.
Absolutely. Code Crusher up there trying to catch up to Mr. Fack is about 6 lines behind, but is lagging behind by about 36,000 points roughly.
.488, 445 at the bottom. We do have that 300 line cap here.
MJ just
But no
looking
more.
to grab a few Tetrises before he hits level 20 there.
Ooh, great adjustment to get that Tetris from Hepta. Looked like he was taking the safety, saw the line piece coming, did a last second flip to stand up that L. And grabs another Tetris at level 20. 566. Level 20 transition coming up here for MJ. Trying to be aggressive here into the transition. It's going triple in, so 480. So only a little bit behind as those transition scores. But seeing how well Hepta is playing at level 20 with getting yet another Tetris at this speed, MJ is going to have to match up at some point. 619, 485, but 30 lines of difference. So Hepta is going to finish first most likely, whether by topping out or getting to the 300 line barrier.
Hepta on
That's your
great
setup
pace
for
here to
MJ.
make Hepta here on great pace to make 700k. Does slam down a Tetris, bring him up to 648.
MJ, though, perfect board, perfect build. 1 Mino short of a Tetris setup. He's set up. Takes the triple. This is calling your shots and taking them. This is not, you're not building out anywhere past that 4 high. Knocks the Tetris down with a 6 high. 548, 659. No Tetris in a while for Hepta. 49 lines to go for the end game. Another Tetris for MJ. 575, 661. The lead has shrank. It's about 100,000. Only 20 lines separating the two players now. Tetris for Hepta, 687. Quick check at the top, 257, Mr. Fack, 191, Code Crusher, as they pass 100 lines.
Down at the
Back to
bottom,
the bottom.
there's still 105,000 point difference between these players, both playing on the fastest speed here. Hepta about to reach that line cap in just 37 lines, now 36, is going to break that 700k barrier.
MJ is putting on a clinic on how to play level 20. This board has been mostly clean the entire post 20 play.
Oh, and we got a top
There's the
out
top
from
out.
Hepta. 697,000 points. MJ looking for that 698, has himself 53 lines to do it.
So about 3 Tetrises will do it. Lining out is not really the best plan. It's possible, but with 45 lines to go, you can pepper in some aggression and pull back when you need to. It's not a gimme either way.
Up top, both
Fantastic
players
game
looking
one.
clean. Looking at 265 for Mr. Fack compared to 215 for Code Crusher.
Again, 698 is needed for MJ. We're running out of time, though. 36 lines left. Quick hand scratch. And all Hepta can do is watch. Not ideal situation for MJ. Pieces are just coming fast and furious. 655. Ooh, tremendous tuck there.
Huge
Having
tuck.
change direction is so difficult. A double will be helpful. Triple. A Tetris would be really helpful here for MJ. Gonna build it up here.
19 lines to go and needs 30,000 points.
I would feel way more comfortable with one.
And looks like he
Set up.
is going to go for
He's
that
set
setup
up.
here.
Will he get the line?
Oh, and we got a top out up top here from Mr. Fack. We're going to have to wait to see a point
There's
check.
the Tetris.
Does get
Is that
the
enough?
Tetris.
699, that does it.
699. MJ
Wow, what a
taking
game
himself the point in an amazing game there and does pass the 700k barrier. Amazing play from MJ there to take the first game off Hepta. And it looks like 291,000 for Mr. Fack there. So Code Crusher does take his second point. Code Crusher can top out at his leisure here.
So we will have a simul start here. Game 3 at the top, game 2 at the bottom.
Mr. Fack with his file name there, spelling applesauce with just A's. Gamma Noman asking how we can calculate score beyond max out. It is possible, you just have to calculate the score of each line clear. However, in today's game, we are using a 300 line cap, so it won't be an issue. And when all players are ready, if they can give us a thumbs up, we can get the next round underway.
I'm guessing with 100% Tetris rate would maybe barely get to that, but it'd be really tough.
Yeah, it'd be extremely tough to get there. You'd need nearly 100% efficiency. Hepta just making a quick change to his setup here. So we'll wait for him to do a quick setup here. And for MJ's Twitch to reload, because it is lagging out on me here. Fresh on my end here. Go through a lovely ad break. MJ saying his internet cut off briefly.
Other people got to pay the bills on your behalf.
Gives Hepta some time to test out his wrist rest book. I'll just switch to two-player view until the ad's over there. There we go. All right. So if all players are ready, they can get back to the file select screen there.
All the thumbs. Ready to count them down?
Absolutely. They can start off the next round here in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. Road Crusher looking to go to the semifinals. Game 2 at the bottom. MJ with that dramatic chase down and 700,000 point clear, the best game of the day across the tournament. And a little
RWO
lack of prep down now. There we go. Hepta trolling us for a little bit.
RWOT saying very professional in the chat. No, we are not. We aim to be as unprofessional as humanly possible.
Just proved it there. So both players at top early on get some cheese on their board. They're going to clean it up. And the more often happens more often than you think line burst at the for Hepta there.
Happens more
So in
often than you think, but always at the wrong time.
Mm-hmm. But those older systems, the way that they generate random numbers, it's kind of like a last. I'm a layman, so I'll explain them in my dumb terms. But I guess they use the last digit of a certain timer to determine the RNG number, and sometimes you can get caught if you get a perfect timing loop. You'll get that same number over and over again, and that's seems to be where those bursts maybe come from. But again, I will be checked in chat over that. But that's just one of those beauty and oddities of old hardware.
Yeah,
This won't be a Tetris for MJ once the line comes.
if the line ever does.
No, yeah.
More modern
This is
versions of Tetris, of course, using the 7 grab bag style of RNG, where you're basically guaranteed to get every piece within 14 pieces. But
How long is this drought for MJ though? This is brutal. And now he's in trouble.
Needs to use the line to dig
Oh,
himself
man.
out. And now he's just looking for that J, but he is playing up high.
Ooh.
Oh no, Hepta there with that line blocking him in.
That's it.
Does top out at 64,000.
This is not a guaranteed chase down though. Oh my goodness.
MJ just looking for a line to take the match. Will he get it in time?
I don't know if he knows. He only needs 65,000. I think he would have covered up. This isn't guaranteed. Oh my goodness.
The most intense low score chase down we've seen.
This is crazy. He needs 6,000 points and he might not be aware. Now his well's open. And with that double, nope, not quite. But he's in safety now. Does he know the situation? Will the triple be enough?
That Tetris is going to take it, giving MJ his second point here.
There, that did it. That did it. Yeah, I knew he was amino short, but he's got it.
Oh, it wasn't a Tetris, it was a triple. I missed that piece of garbage there.
I know, that was nuts about it. I think he was crazy. I think he was yelling into the camera because he just cleared out of his situation, but he's actually taken the heart.
And MJ can top out here. Meanwhile, up top here, we've got Mr. Fack in the lead here by 20,000 points with 133 to Code Crusher's 101.
Code Crusher's going to play one off the bottom for a while. Why not on level 9?
Even MJ thought that he had a Tetris with that last one. He's saying in the chat there. Hepta needing the reverse sweep here to keep his particular place in Finland in the competition.
Like Crusher's finally going to try to open up this well gap. And he will with this line. No, not with the line. He's going to do it with the J.
And when both players at the bottom are ready, they can get back to the file select screen there. I have never seen a score chase down that low that was that intense.
That was pretty great. This is why I sign up for this stuff. I always see something new every time I do one of these. So 40,000 point difference up top. That's about 3.5 Tetrises.
Mr. Fack heading towards transition there.
Needing 3 hearts in a row to go to the semifinals. So if you're Code Crusher, there's no sense in playing conservatively. If you're in trouble, just go for it.
And down at the
Getting a line,
bottom,
though.
looks like we do have both players ready there. Get a thumbs up from MJ. We do have one. And a thumbs up from Hepta. They can start off their next round in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Nice little quadruple rotation there from Hepta to start it off.
They got all the time. You got to make it fancy.
I always do at least 13 rotations on every O block, but you don't see it.
Let's see it. The master of the O spins.
MJ playfully dancing his Z piece there.
Transition 174-ish for Code Crusher. Missed the exact number. So fairly significant lead for Mr. Fack as we go into the faster levels.
Both of our Finns on the bottom there trying to set themselves up with a nice stack, but just not getting the right pieces for it. Hepta having to go on cleanup mode for a little bit there.
Slightly dirty Tetris MJ.
MJ getting himself the first Tetris of the round here. Sitting at 17,000 here to Hepta's 8,300. And Hepta does come back with a Tetris. But boom, Tetris for MJ as well.
Like MJ toying with that last piece, just letting it drop all the way past the halfway point before quickly maneuvering it over to the left.
MJ definitely our best showman in the Discord for Game Boy Tetris. Had a nice little T-spin there.
So up top, we are 267, 250. Mr. Fack with the 1 Tetris lead. As we get into the fun levels.
Both players on the bottom now with good stacks can finally start getting some good score added up. Sitting at 67,000 for MJ compared to 49,000 for Hepta. Huge O-burst there for Mr. Fack.
That was a square solve that Mr. Fack decided not to take. Close it in with a Z instead. Now you're getting at these levels. This is tricky up here. Gets the Tetris for some relief. 320 to 288. The lead's grown slightly for Mr. Fack. But I don't like the board health. And he takes the triple, seeing that as well.
And then does clear it down with a Tetris.
While I was babbling on, Code Crusher basically had it tied for a moment before Mr. Fack got the Tetris. So with these 20,000 point Tetrises right now, I have to recalculate my math again. And we are tied, 344, 344. Let's go.
Just as you say that, Mr. Fack, of course, gets another Tetris for 363,000. Code Crusher transitioned to the right well and is now sitting at a column 8. And both players get a simul Tetris there. 382,000 for Mr. Fact compared to 368,000 for Code Crusher.
It's a fun one up top.
Down on the bottom there, the Finns within 16,000 points, but as Hepta gets another Tetris there, almost tied. MJ, of course, getting a Tetris almost at the exact same time for 129 to 113.
I see what you did there. The Finns within. 371, 424. So the lead's gone back up for Mr. Fack as we push towards level 20. That's about a 1 Tetris difference, not quite here. I like the flat drop for Mr. Fack, seeing the 3 wide piece coming to get the single line clear. And this Tetris for Mr. Fack will push him to 449 and a single line solve back to a standard scoring position. You can see the crazy speeds, level 18 for Code Crusher. This drops that line piece. Won't affect the board health, but that is a beacon for trash. That lead is less than a Tetris, 453 to 442.
Does decide to make himself some garbage there. A nice S piece would clear that up.
As we approach level 20, all about trash management more than anything. Surviving, using those last 100 lines to score as much as possible.
In a dangerous position here, and top out at 131,000, giving MJ the point and the win. We will see MJ in the semifinals there.
GG's Hepta. Level 20 transition, 456 for Code Crusher. Level 20 transition coming up for Mr. Fack, but way up the board. Needs the line. Barely gets it over. But the solo out the board in the top half. This is going to be some major cleanup. 490 transition. So about a Tetris and a half lead. But Mr. Fack's board is absolute toast right now. Code Crusher crushing it with a completely clean board as we get
Oh, and Mr. Fack does top out.
So this could be a line out here for Code Crushers. We get this exact. It was around 490, I believe. Plenty of time for Code Crusher.
Code Crusher just looking for that chase down in order to get his 3rd point and get himself into the semifinal rounds here. And he is looking for 492,000 to take the win.
One Tetris should about do it if you want to be cheeky. Otherwise, about 1,000 points a single line. A 25 line out is looks fairly easy. I don't want to jinx it.
And it looks like he is going to try to just line it out as much as possible here, keeping himself safe. Oh, a misdrop on that J.
Oh my goodness, the squares would have fit well in there, but he decided to wait for the Z.
Does clear that out. That square's going to go a long way there.
Oh man, that was dramatic. The stickiness of these pieces. Wait, Tetris is he was Tetris ready for a brief moment, covered up the well. This is getting too high. This is getting too high. This is not a guarantee. I could do it. That's going to be, oh my God, 1,000 point difference. Oh,
1,000 points away. Mr. Fack keeping in this and does take his first point. Only needed 1,300 points, I think, somewhere around there.
Oh, 2 lines away. Well, this could be the greatest reverse sweep of all time, but we got 2 games to see if that'll happen. Code Crusher is just going to want to crush this right now. Got to get your composure.
Matthew on the YouTube chat saying, "What the fack?" Mr. Fack's probably saying that himself here.
Well played.
And Mr. Fack, if we can get a board clear before the next round here.
High drama here in the quarterfinals.
There we go. And if we can get a thumbs up from both players here. Code Crusher looking for one more point. Mr. Fact looking for the reverse sweep. Needs 2 more points in order to win it. And they can start off their 4th round in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Just
Matthew asking if that's Chris Bidwell. He hears, yes, it is.
sorry,
But-
not sorry.
But not me, of course. I am not Chris Bidwell, it turns out.
Mr. Fack passing up the Tetris to maintain his board health. Pro moves there, especially at the slower speeds.
Mr. Fact, 2 Tetrises, so far perfect efficiency. We'll see how long he can keep it up.
And for you and me, we are one-on-one the rest of the way. Good games on maintaining order during those 2-up scenes.
Yeah, definitely a relief to switch to only 2 players on the screen at once. Much less to try to keep track of. And both players here neck and neck, 15 lines, 37,000 points.
Pushdown points matter. But when you're going to play at the top of the board like Mr. Fack, you got to make sure that the right side's built out enough that you can take those safety burns, and that's finally been addressed. It looks like a manageable situation, but that piece entry delay, there isn't any. So keep harping on it. That's the difference, main difference between this and Game Boy Tetris. You just have to play a lot more conservative, despite the slower amateurish speeds of level 9 here.
Absolutely. It's a lot less about speed in the Game Boy scene and more about careful consideration and keeping calm under pressure. Huge S tower here for Mr. Fack, and an excellent Z spin there.
There's a dirty Tetris setup for Mr. Fack. Code Crusher looking for a solve on that left side. Speeds are manageable, but the piece selection ain't so hot.
And does find what he needs to start burning it out. Mr. Fack already sitting at 111,000 compared to Code Crusher's 68,000.
Code Crusher just cannot uncover that well. It's the triple here with this line, but still needs a clever 2-line solve. Could have done it there, decides not to. We'll do it with the line instead. Now he's finally clean. Knocks down the Tetris to get back within 30,000 some points. 40,000, excuse me.
Mr. Fack has a ways to go to burn out that those last 2 on his matrix. We'll give Code
more minute
Crusher
to
some
go.
time to catch up.
Mr. Fack back in a scoring position, 152, 121, 3 Tetris difference as we about halfway to the level 10 transition at 100 lines. Not nearly the dramatic transition from 18 to 19 that we're used to, but it's just kind of the alert that, okay, the game's going to be stop playing the easy levels now. We're going to ramp up to the hard levels.
Absolutely. While the slower speeds can be a little bit less of a little less hype to watch, we'll say, it's always interesting seeing how much of a lead a player can build in those first 100 lines.
Absolutely. And that lead has grown, well, back down to 40,000. 200,000 at 81 lines. So this is looking to be one of those nicer scores potentially for Mr. Fack. 250 or higher certainly is within reach by 100 lines.
Sorry, I had my mic muted there for a minute. Was opening up a can of energy drink here. Nameless, unsponsored energy drink. And Mr. Fack growing that lead to around 175,000 points. He is closing in on transition.
I mean, Mr. Fack was 2,000 points away from losing and now is in the driver's seat to take this to a decider.
Already at 249k before transition, so could transition at 262.
And there it is.
261.
61.
Beautiful transition there. Now we're looking for the transition here from Code Crusher, just one line away. Max he can get is the 285. But does it at 174. So about 100,000 point lead here for Mr. Fack as he just continues to widen it out.
Man, quite the lead, especially at only 14,000 points of Tetris or so.
Liza there asking about the left well versus right well bias. So on NES Tetris, the piece is biased towards the right, so you want your well there so you can get the line faster over. But on Game Boy, the piece is biased in the opposite direction. So on Game Boy, you're going to see a lot more left well play, especially at high speeds.
By bias, you have to tap it one extra time to the right, so that's why you go to the left. It's one less tap.
Mr. Fact already... Sorry?
I was just going to say it's easier. It's much easier to play it that way when you feel that difference. And it's like, oh yeah, definitely, it's way easier to get over to the left. But when you're describing it in words, sometimes we all trip over ourselves, biases and number of taps, and there isn't a single nice one word to describe that difference between the two sides. But it does make a world of difference going one way or another, depending on the version of the game you are playing.
Yeah, basically, because the line is 4 wide, when you flip it vertically, it either has to go into column 5 or column 6. On NES Tetris, it goes into column 6, so it's only 4 taps to the right. On Game Boy, it goes into column 5, so it's 4 taps to the left.
Code Crusher needs to get back in a scoring position. This has just been a bit of a struggle since then, that transition. 237. Mr. Fack, leaving the door slightly open here, but we'll get this cleaned up. The T is going to help a lot.
Absolutely. Mr. Fact just building on that lead here, sitting at 389,000 to Code Crusher's 241.
The Code Crusher's just been in this third of the way up the board for the last couple levels now. Sets up the dirty... Well, you know what? Why the heck not? Dirty Tetris setup here.
And we'll see if he does manage to get that line.
All or nothing. So far, nothing.
And he does get the line, the long bar, gets it over there.
Wow. I would not recommend staying there. He is going to take the triple. But that line clear was a blessing right before that line piece. That lead is just growing. 414 now, 269. You can just see the visible nervousness of Code Crusher right now versus Mr. Fact playing it really smooth and letting the game come to him.
Absolutely. Mr. Fact just keeps finding himself in an advantageous position here in this round.
And right there, that safety double for Mr. Fack, knowing he has the lead and just wants to extend it, stay alive, use all 300 lines to build up as many points as possible. While Code Crusher is desperately trying to get back into a scoring position. The next one should take him over 300,000 points, but there it is.
And he does get it. 303,000 compared to Mr. Fact's
Mr.
443,000.
Fact, as soon as you said that, I was in trouble and the line came just in time. This is just Mr. Fact's game with RNG. It's all coming up today. Fact's down another 306 now to 490. Code Crusher's putting up the fight, but we might be on our way to a decider.
Absolutely. And already over 500k here before the transition to level 20. Huge points coming out of Mr. Fact. Very efficient game so far. He transitioned at 262, so he's going to have more than a 300k transition, it looks like, between levels 10 and 20.
Here comes one line before level 20 for Mr. Fack. There we are. So second transition at 564. Code Crusher just trying to survive.
Yeah, Code Crusher not getting
all
the
over the
pieces he
board.
needs. Bit of an O-burst there and does top out, giving Mr. Fact the second point and bringing us to our decider.
This is our first one of the day. Let's go.
Good job to both players there. Only 1 point away each. North America or South America, who will be the victor?
Oh, Western Hemisphere. Not that much. So. Do you have Western Hemisphere pride?
Absolutely. We're by
right.
far the better hemisphere. Daz MMV asking if the pieces lock faster. They do indeed lock even faster on Game Boy Tetris.
They lock faster, and the next piece generates faster. So that's a deadly combination. When you see the end games, you'll see 3-4 pieces just in a row. Da-da-da, instant game over.
Absolutely. It can end in an instant. We've got a thumbs up there from Mr. Fact. If we can get a thumbs up from Code Crusher, we can start the final round here. All right. They can start off this final round, the decider, in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. Code Crusher has got to shake it off. He was in control this match. Was 1,000 points away from taking game 3. Game 4 wasn't so great. Game 5 is a fresh start. Time to take it home. Mr. Fact, just keep playing as well as you did last game, and you can pull off the reverse sweep.
Liza in the chat asking what lock means. Piece lock is when the piece touches the bottom of the matrix or one of the other pieces and then sticks in place so that you can no longer move or spin it.
In modern Tetris games, there's a very lenient lock, to put it lightly. Your piece can touch the stack, and you can slide it around back and forth. And modern Tetris theory is you kind of want that advantage. You make your stack in the middle, you let the piece touch, and then you can decide to go left or right with those extra moments of delay between the touch and the lock. But in these older versions, that lock is pretty instant, and this version is even lockier, for lack of a better term, than the NES version.
Definitely, I think the lockiest version of Tetris, to use the superlative there.
Yes.
I don't know if you've ever played the DS version of Tetris.
Yes.
I have it, and oh my god, the pieces just don't lock. You can sit there and just rotate the piece indefinitely until you find somewhere to put it.
Yep. Very fun game, but it's amazing how little differences in the physics of the pieces can completely change your strategies. Early on, about a 2 Tetris lead, 63-42. But Crusher going to knock down another one to bring it within 1 Tetris.
Wobert saying it's always fun to infinitely spin square pieces. Yes, it is. You can go make yourself a coffee as long as you're hitting that spin button. Early leads here again by Mr. Fact, sitting at 75,000 to 55,000 for Code Crusher, and with much better board health.
Yeah, that's Mr. Fack has turned it up a notch because those first 2 games, they definitely weren't as this efficient. So Mr. Fack has found the groove. But we're still early, less than 40 lines in. This line piece will help out for Code Crusher.
Yeah, Code Crusher just needing to clean up his board, get a good stack going, and get into a nice scoring position here.
Yeah, he's frustrated. You gotta shake that off. This game is not lost at all. This is well within reach. Because we're talking about Mr. Fact playing perfectly efficient, but he was 2/3 up the board. That could have turned around and topped out at an instant.
Abaro on
Play your
Twitch
own
saying
game.
he'd love to participate. Somebody get that man the Discord link. Get him into our Discord server.
You guys have monthlies, yes?
So we do have friendly competitions relatively often. We don't have a strict schedule for it at this time.
Lead is growing here for Mr. Fact, 128 to 90. 3 Tetris difference. Mr. Fact flirting 2/3 of the way up the board, though. Taking a safety square. Tetris for Crusher, 102 to 130.
Finally back in a good scoring position here where he can get his matrix up.
No obvious place for this L.
Abaro showing that he's
making decisions. Every time Mr. Fact gets into trouble like this situation, it seems like the pieces are perfect, although I think I jinxed it there.
looks like Abaro's actually already in the Discord there. Mr. Fack in a bit of a position here will give Code Crusher the chance to catch this up, sitting at 148,000 to
Wow.
109.
That move to get the L all the way to the left just in time. That could have been a disaster.
Absolutely. Mr. Fact does clean it up real quick and is already back in Tetris ready position.
Sees the line coming, flips the T up on its side. to save the line burn.
Those kinds of little micro adjustments from Mr. Fact that make him such a good player.
A little cheeky, but again, sees the line piece, makes an adjustment to avoid the line burn, or just trying to increase your efficiency percent by doing those.
And does manage to slam down another Tetris because of it, sitting at 188 to Code Crusher's 131.
Code Crusher's going to make a right well here.
Oh, and we're getting happy birthdays in the chat for Paniac. Did not realize it was his birthday today, but happy birthday. And just for you, we will now have Chris Bidwell sing happy birthday to Paniac.
Again, not paid enough. I will say it, though. Happy birthday. Seeing Paniac later.
Mr. Fact playing high has a nice little, was ready there, and decides to flip the J and get himself ready for a dirty Tetris there.
Yeah, I like that move. Like, sell out your board and take the score. It's low enough that it's easily cleanable.
Both players with relatively low transitions in this game. You can see at 108 lines here. Code Crusher sitting at 160,000 points. Mr. Fack at 221 at 117 lines.
Well, buckle up. It's going to be a heck of a final run here. Code Crusher's board getting a little uncomfortable. There's no obvious solutions here. The SZs are the best to fill in those sides. The T's will help.
Mr. Fact sitting with the mic well, just waiting on that long bar.
Oh, Code Crusher. Code Crusher having to cover the well. This could be it for Code Crusher.
Code
That's
Crusher
going to be it!
does top out. Mr. Fact getting the reverse sweep here.
Oh,
First of the day.
Code Crusher, and he is not happy. He was 1,000 points away. What a dramatic finish. My goodness. Oh. What a good sport.
Code Crusher playing well, but unfortunately getting reverse sweeped here by Mr. Fack, who will be taking it to the semi-final round. GG's to both players. Mute Ed saying he didn't know that classic Game Boy Tetris is a thing in competitions. Cool to see. Hope batteries don't die. We did have some batteries die earlier in the competition.
Reverse karma.
There we go. So we're going to go back to the bracket here as we square up for our first round of the semifinals. And we will be right back. And we're back. Ready here for
Semifinal
our...
time.
Sorry?
Semifinal time. Let's go.
Yep, semifinal time. We've got Euro Kriska versus Paniac, Germany versus France.
Oh, classic rivalry. Maybe the birthday powers will help Paniac, but that remain to be seen.
Euro Kriska here dealing with an injury. He has a broken finger. Luckily, he's a thumb player, so it shouldn't affect his gameplay. But if it does, he has a good excuse.
He's just looking for more, when they make the ESPN 30 for 30 documentary on this incredible run. You have the Michael Jordan flu game. He'll have the Kriska broken finger game.
Exactly. There we go. And if both players are ready, they can give us a thumbs up. Excellent. They can start off the first semifinal round in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. Two players pressing down. You love to see it.
Absolutely. Going to be a very quick play from both players here, especially Euro Kriska. The man just loves speed. If it were up to him, there would only be level 20 on Game Boy Tetris.
He's one short, just gets the line piece at the very last moment. Both players get simul Tetris for their first scores.
Euro Kriska having to take a triple there with that long bar. He has that one piece of garbage. This will give Paniac an early lead with perfect Tetris efficiency so far. MJ saying if there was only level 20, Chris couldn't push down so much. I think he'd still find a way.
Yeah, Kriska getting the well transfer here.
Euro Kriska yelling, push down points.
Knocks it down again. Let's see what he does to the Z. He's going to make a call of 3 well. Square's going to ruin those plans. And Paniac lost the perfect bid. Getting a double somewhere that I missed earlier. 66-51 early on. But the points are coming fast and furious. I'm enjoying this push down. It's so much more fun to watch.
Euro Kriska for a second there at 66,600 exactly. Managed to push down himself into double zeros.
That means he earned at least 100 points from push down points. Think of the treasure. The games that can be decided by it still has not had to happen. All these years we've been talking about press down points making a difference in a game, and it's yet to happen.
I don't know. We had that
Chris
1,000. We had that 1,000 point difference. Maybe that could have been made up for in pushdown points.
Possibly. Get Wing Fryer on that. Analyze the pushdown points in the videos, and
yeah, we're gonna need to commission a scientific study, I think.
Kriska not pushing down as much now because this is a little precarious situation. This line piece will fill in the dependency.
Absolutely. Both players neck and neck here. 93,000. I should say 105,000 for Paniac compared to Euro Kriska's 98,000.
Kriska needs a line, gets it. Triple here. 117, 113. Nice close game. We're racing to the transition.
Both players keeping it fast, keeping it competitive. Right now, Euro Kriska, you can see just how fast he's playing. 10 lines ahead.
Wow. How did he get that all the way to the left? That's the... Wow.
Huge speed.
Just showing off.
Just keeps doing it. And you got to remember, he's playing with his thumbs.
That's not a hyper tap, technically.
Oh, he's got the fastest thumbs in Germany for sure, probably the world. Being able to slam those S pieces against the left wall.
Needs the line desperately, gets the line just in time. 165, 165. We are tied, folks.
And does get the line piece again.
Man. Several of those now, just in times. That luck is not going to continue. You got to ease it back just a little bit. The double line to get the Tetris.
Just maintaining that column 7 well here.
Why not? Perfect place to put squares.
Huge adjustment on that line piece so that he can get the Z in there. And just slams down another Tetris. 227,000 compared to Paniac's 192. The players are starting to separate both in lines and points.
Now Paniac flirting at the top. Not the best place to fill in the gap, but we'll get the Tetris anyway to get back to safety. The 242, 206. 12,000 points of Tetris. That's about a 3.5 Tetris lead for Euro Kriska.
Paniac here looking to make his transition as good as possible. Could get 232 if he manages to get a long bar. And does get it.
Conjured it. Now he's line bar dependent in column 5. Let's see if that becomes a well here. He's going to take the triple instead.
Euro Chris deciding to take the triple there.
30 line difference. 70,000 point lead for Euro Kriska. There's obviously some pace issues that you can do some math for, but by the time you figure it out, the board situation will completely change on both sides, so don't bother.
Eurocrest using those T blocks and J blocks just to give himself a column 9 well. Does manage to slot it in for the Tetris and decides to keep it.
Oh, and it just works out. The line pieces for Kriska this game are just perfect.
Code Crusher watching this, wishing he had Kriska's RNG.
Yeah. Everybody wishes he had that RNG right now.
Yeah, I could get a new PB with this RNG. Does get a little bit of garbage there, though. Is going to need to clear that up. This will give Paniac a little bit of a chance to catch up.
Paniac is now in the less aggressive mode. Kriska still pressing down even at level 16 speeds. That's crazy time.
Needs those press down points. He's not leaving without them. Good micro adjustment there on that square so you could fit the line beside it.
Still about a 40,000 point lead.
Sets himself up for a dirty Tetris. It's a big gamble, but blocks off as well just at the wrong time. We'll see if he can get it again here.
Oh, he can't fill it in. This isn't ideal. He gets it. It's open, but will he get a line?
Does manage the double burn there. Gets a couple T blocks to clear it up. Giving himself some more time. And has to take the triple.
Yeah, well, it's level 19. It's about survival right now. 60,000 point lead, but 5 level difference. It's neck and neck basically. Paniac's gonna have all day. Oh, dirty Tetris, Euro Kriska. Normally a height 1 Tetris is not much to sing about, but that was last moment stuff. 422,000 point double transition.
Absolutely.
25,000 points of Tetris till the 300 point line limit.
And he's
From
sitting
here on out.
at about a 75,000 point lead right now compared to Paniac's 358k.
But at 20,000 points plus per Tetris at level 15.
And if you look at his
That lead is
score,
a lot
he
smaller.
is still pressing down on level 20.
Yes. Yes, he is. That's just a mindset, and you gotta love it. Setting up. He's gonna be 1 Mino short on that right side stack. Makes the safety triple instead. Maybe that was a double. He's still looking to work on that column 7. The Tetris well. Transfers to column 6. Now he's going to go back to the left side. Tremendous play. Dancing around that Tetris column. Keeping everything clean. Column 5 Tetris for Paniac. 404. This lead is shrinking. It's only 40,000 points.
Absolutely.
Paniac might come all the way back before level 20.
Playing some extreme efficiency here. Just trying to out-efficiency Euro Kriska. That line cap could be a factor here with these two players.
Be the first time today. Paniac with the perfect setup for a column 3 Tetris.
Miner Tyler probably sitting there with his hand on the print screen button. Ready to go.
Knocks it down. 469, 453, but look at that line difference. 60 line difference. You got to say Paniac has the clear advantage now. Kriska with 50 some lines to go before 300 has got to turn up the aggression. And he's set up for it, but he's not getting the line. He's not getting the line.
Euro
Gets
Chris.
it too late, 476.
Paniac looking at that 477 in order to take the first round here.
This is definitely lineable.
Not getting the Minos he needs right now.
Yeah.
Huge S burst here. Oh, and a misplace on that S will make Paniac top out. Euro
I
Kriska
turned away for a second.
taking the first round here.
That is the drama of Game Boy Tetris. Do not turn away.
No, you turn away at those speeds, and those Minos can stack up in an instant. Euro Chris was probably expecting the chase down to happen there, but does get the point.
Oh, that was lineable too, and I just missed where everything went wrong.
Just one misdrop of an S piece there by Paniac spelt the end, unfortunately.
Whew. The game 2's ready.
Yep, looks like they're both ready for round 2 here if we can get a thumbs up from both players.
We got Broken Finger versus Birthday Boy, game 2.
They can start off game number 2 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Euro Chris, seeing how fast he can get that 100 points, does get it. Just pure push down energy. I would love to see a version of, like a ROM hack of this, with a running total of your pushdown points. Huge O-burst there from Paniac. What is that, 7 in a row?
Yikes. Build that tower up on the right side with them. Treat it like your next or your hold bucket.
We got a nice O-burst there for Euro Kriska as well.
Kriska needs a line, gets it. Tie score 37-37. 2 lines in a row for Paniac, and neither can score, but this third one will complete the Tetris, simul Tetris, 49-52.
Cousin Oof there saying he guesses the RNG is same as NES. No, it is close, but it is way worse on Game Boy.
Don't believe there's the re-roll that the NES Tetris has.
No, there
Or
isn't.
if the Yeah, I think that's the biggest difference between the two. And then you demonstrated earlier the percentages aren't a straight 1 out of 7.
And yes, Hank was more involved with the Game Boy RNG.
$92.56 early on. Kriska expanding the lead a bit. Doesn't seem as aggressive this game. Maybe he's just getting into a groove here. It is interesting seeing a more aggressive player like Kriska's player cam, where he's very stoic and looking straight down, not moving a muscle.
The only muscles that man needs are in his thumbs. And now I'm sitting here contemplating what kind of fresh hell that would be to be paralyzed except for your thumbs. Today's commentary brought to you by ADHD.
Wow.
Euro Kriska with a dirty column 9 Tetris there. Frees up his left side. Is he going to transfer? Looks like he is. And just the
And again,
smoothest well transfer there to another Tetris.
So good.
And we're looking at about double the points here for Kriska compared to Paniac. Kriska sitting at 168 to Paniac's 97. Gamma Noman here is saying that GB RNG seems to be more forgiving than NES. That is the hottest take of the day. Didn't see any drought whatsoever. Believe me, they can happen and they can be very long.
The bursts are worse. So, other than line piece droughts, bursts are the worst thing that can happen to you in this game.
Oh, absolutely.
You tend not to plan ahead for you have a plan for 1 or 2 squares. You don't have a plan for 5. Same with S's and Z's.
Yeah, the SZ bursts are insane on Game Boy and can just straight up ruin a run. As we're seeing here with a bit of an SZ burst for Euro Kriska.
Yeah, this oh, that could be trouble.
Big misdrop on that
223.
J.
Yeah, there's just no easy solutions. He's gonna fill in the oh wow. I guess there is an
Huge
easy solution.
tucks.
What do I know? It's like this is a puzzle game and he figured out a puzzle.
Winterra saying, what about 6 squares? My high score is 8 squares in a row.
That's filthy. Kriska, dirty Tetris 4 high up on the board. Will he maintain that well? He will. He's going for another one. He's not getting the line, of course.
Kriska just praying to RN Jesus here.
Oh, man. I want to consider something stronger than regular prayer. Just not getting it. Finally gets it. Survives the whole time. He is in the lead by nearly 100,000 points as it is. Playing 4 off the bottom. This is some kind of ridiculous aggression.
Takes the split triple there to bring his stack down. Now we get to see he transfers to a column 3 well. Getting some bad
So
pieces, though.
hard. Right now, cleanup mode. But that leads 100,000 points now. He was rewarded. He's got the game in his pocket. Do you think Paniac's panicked? Look at him. Relax. He's got his Game Boy in his favorite chair. His birthday. Cake later.
Paniac deciding not to give himself the line dependency there. It's always interesting to see what kind of decisions these players make. And does clear it up and get his well unlocked.
Or Tetris here. Yep, he's going to play it safe. Or not safe. He's going to build it up again with a square burst.
We're sitting here again, still a little over 100,000 different. Euro Kriska with 339,000 to Paniac's 227.
The pace is kind of difficult to judge.
Fred asking if you can use an analog pocket not currently in these competitions. We're using official Nintendo hardware only.
Another Tetris for Kriska. 400,000 at 16. This has been a tremendous game 2 for Kriska, looking to take a commanding 2-0 lead. Paniac, though, calm, letting the pieces just drop now, like you want to do at the 13-14 stage.
Euro Kriska
That's
just
another
taking
dirty Tetris. Wow.
every dirty Tetris he can get. Sitting at 466,000 here. Paniac's just coming up to 300,000 here.
Paniac's in trouble at the moment. Gok's out of Tetris. Get out of said trouble.
Couple of Zeds to even out his board there. Looking nice now.
Another dirty Tetris.
I don't think Kriska's seen a clean Tetris in like 100 lines.
That's amazing. There's a clean one, but still center well. Here comes the transition with the next 2-line clear for Kriska. That'll do it. That's a 520 double transition. Way high up the board.
Kriska still pushing down this high on the fastest speed in Tetris. Game Boy Tetris. Pretty sure his down button is just stuck.
Yep.
Paniac, meanwhile, here gets another Tetris, bringing him up to 366,000 on level 16.
Little Spired here at level 20. This is not ideal for Kriska. As a line dependency fills it in. These single line clears are a godsend. They help you reset your not dash, just your piece placement.
Reset your brain a little bit.
Yeah, they're much needed breaks.
Paniac slowly creeping up on the level 20 transition himself.
This lead 569 to 396. Paniac just needs Tetrises and needs Tetrises now. He's going to start building one here.
Most players are going to be looking on level 20 to just line it out, get as many points as they can before that 300 line cap. Euro Kriska, however, building himself Tetris wells, does start taking a few safety burns until he can get a good setup.
That's the move. Look at this. Up. Call him 3 Tetris. Paniac coming back.
Paniac 4 lines away from the transition here.
Kriska crossing 600,000.
And Paniac's transition is 479,000 compared to
700,000 is within reach for Kriska.
Kriska creeping ever closer to that line gap there. Only 35 lines.
$39 Kriska. Taking more safety plays, though, more doubles and triples. Not going for every Tetris.
Does set himself up to be Tetris ready. We'll see if he can get the line piece. And he does.
Wow.
Slots it in there. 674,000. Sets up a line dependency. Decides to clear that out. Gets another
just
Tetris.
Gets it in time. Paniac into level 20 place. He was setting up his own Tetris well in the middle. 700,000 points. 15 lines to go.
With this kind of score, and
Wow.
he does top out at 702,000. Paniac is going to need some Tetrises if he wants to clear that up in 70 lines.
25,000 points of Tetris, so he needs 7 of them in 70 lines. And you see how risky it is to set up for even one of them. There he is. There's a setup.
Does get set up a little bit of a drought, though, and
See
doesn't
that?
get the
Wow.
line piece.
Man, he was set up, had a center well in the middle of the board. That's the safest place to have a Tetris well. And even then, with the shorter stack of an 18 high matrix, he topped out. Brutal.
Euro Kriska taking his second point here, just 1 point away from going to the finals. Paniac in the position where he needs a reverse sweep in order to get to those finals.
So he won already.
We got a thumbs up here from Euro Kriska. And Paniac just clearing his board here. And he is ready. And these players can start off the next round in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris.
Euro Kriska trying to speed run to level 20 again here. Pretty sure that his game would look just as fast if he was playing on level 0.
Yep. Good point. I will say the down presses in Game Boy Tetris feel a little easier. You play NES Tetris on a low level, like when you're doing a speed run or the Nintendo World Championships or something, and down pressing is such a chore on those slower speeds. On this, they feel a little more receptive to your down presses.
Yeah, it's definitely reactive. You can basically make the game play however fast you want to at earlier levels. Observisk asking about the left well. Yes, left well is the meta in Game Boy Tetris, because the piece is biased to the opposite direction. Peniak taking an early lead here, 61,000 to Euro Kriska's 35,000.
Interesting play with that line piece stacking in column 7, excuse me. Now creating a dependency. Fills it in, and we'll be Tetris ready here. Textbook.
Commodore Friday with a suggestion in the chat there. He thinks maybe a exclamation point left well action is needed for these competitions. Not a bad plan, putting the version differences in for a Nightbot command.
A little cheeky for Paniac. There's no quick burn now. He has no burns available. Square will take down one line, but create one Mino of trash.
Getting the Zeds when he
Paniac
wants the
needs
S's.
to get the heck out of this. This could be it. He needs perfect precision, even at level 9 speeds.
Oh, and he does
get it
top
over,
out.
that's it!
76,770 points, which means that Euro Kriska is going to the finals.
Happy birthday again, Paniac. I will not sing. But great run today. Enjoy your day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks for playing. And we have a semifinal number 2 coming right up.
Absolutely. We will be right back. Congratulations to Euro Kriska. Let's go to the bracket here. And we'll have to see who Euro Kriska is facing off against. Will it be MJ or Mr. Fack? And we're back. Right here, ready for the second round of semifinals. Mr. Fack versus MJ.
Mr. Fack enjoying a spot of tea.
Quote unquote
Ready to-
tea, as he put it.
Quote unquote tea? Okay.
We're going to see who's going to be joining Euro Kriska in the final round here. If we can get a thumbs up from both players, then we can get this round underway. There we go. And we got thumbs up from both players so they can get the first round of the second semifinal match off in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. Away we go.
Starting off with a line dependency there for Mr. Fack, is able to fill it nice and quick.
No good place for that line piece.
Unfortunately not. Does have to block off as well early. Gonna have to burn it out.
Two lines solve. Really well done.
And
The
both
Tetris,
players
Tetris.
getting their first Tetris of the game.
I like watching professional players at this level make decision, then counter decision, then sometimes even making two adjustments to their where they play their pieces.
Absolutely. It's always good to kind of get in their
Real
head
time.
and see what they're doing in real time.
Mr. Fack flirting a little up high, fills in the right side so that he can make a safety burn.
That T block is going to let him clear as well again.
Now back to safety, sort of, but needs a line. There it is. I've been pretty good about that today. Normally I talk about lines and they never show up, but you don't want to see early top outs in these semifinals for sure.
Sometimes you give the commentator's curse, other times it's the commentator's blessing.
I'll take it. So will Mr. Fack as he expands that lead 53,000 to 41,000, but MJ right back. Got a tie score.
And then Mr. Fack fires back with another Tetris, bringing him up to 65,000. And just as I say that, MJ claps back, 65 to 66. Both of
MJ's
these,
one Nito short, so he's going to do this instead. Go ahead.
both of these players have won Game Boy Tetris Discord championships in the past, so both are former champions in their own right.
One of them will be a finalist for the World Championship coming up next. But having been in situations and winning before sets your mind a little bit at ease. You've been in a situation. You won't tighten your game up. You're going to play like you normally play, which is absolutely key in a tournament situation. You just gotta recreate how you practice in live tournament.
Absolutely. Live tournaments aren't exactly the time to go switching things up.
No. $117,93,000. Oh. Okay. Mr. Fact's board has been pretty sparkly the past 20 or so lines.
Yeah, Mr. Fact been playing very efficiently today.
Great Z spin by MJ. And cheeky. That Mino short could be trouble for Mr. Fact. Brilliantly uncovers the cheese.
And clears himself
Knocks
out
out
just
Tetris.
in time for a double
Oh,
Tetris.
So good.
Dances the long bar over.
That lead is pretty huge now. 157, 119. And only 12,000 points of Tetris. That's 4 Tetrises or so. Pretty significant. But you also see the line disadvantage for Mr. Fack. Ahead by nearly 20 lines.
Guessing in the chat saying he didn't even know Game Boy CTWC was a thing. It is fairly recent. This is only our second CTWC GB tournament.
I think with the brand expansion, we have the communities to do it. It'd be nice to see even other versions get some limelight. Now that TGM's widely available on consoles, maybe have some of the more of those tournaments. Be nice to see.
Yeah, there's so much nuance in the Tetris world between all of the different versions that they're just absolutely phenomenal to test them out and play them. Mr. Fact getting high up there again, but gets the double Tetris.
Holy in and out, doubles all over.
Just brings them up to 231,000. One line away from transition here. Does transition with a Tetris at 243k compared to MJ's current 180,000.
21 lines to go. But I don't like the parity of
Huge
this
spire here for MJ. That S-burst costing him a lot of board health.
That's the play. MJ with a single line burn now has a nice safe well. Watching MJ's board, doing the slow play strats here.
Does get a couple of inopportune O blocks there.
There's no solution for this.
And he's still getting pieces that he just can't place. He
That's
does
it!
top out 195,000, giving Mr. Fack the first point. So you got to tell me, Chris, are we ever going to see an N64 Magical Tetris Challenge tournament on CTWC?
Wouldn't Disney just shut us down?
Pretty sure Disney would just shut you down. It is a pretty fun version of Tetris, though, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Bennis Maximus asking if anyone's rolling Game Boys. We do not have any rollers.
I mean, it's possible if you can figure out a way to look at the screen and do it at the same time. I'm sure somebody inventive can figure it out. But we brought it up earlier. We don't have a level 29 termination speed in any, like in NES Tetris. The level 20 maximum speed can be easily handled by tappers. So the necessity isn't there for the invention, but maybe somebody will still do it.
Yeah, if you were going to see it, it would probably be with a Super Game Boy 2 on Super Nintendo. I can't see anybody with a GameCube Game Boy player trying to roll on that terrible GameCube D-pad. We've got thumbs up for both players here, so they can start off the next round in 3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris.
Structor Cubed asking which Game Boy D-pad is the best for tapping. I think that depending on who you ask, it would be a tie between the original DMG Game Boy and the Game Boy Advanced SP. Personally, I prefer the SP because it has more of a clicky feel to it. But a lot of people do prefer that original stock DMG D-pad.
In fact, my NES controller has a DMG D-pad on it instead of an NES D-pad. Way more comfortable after long use.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the hard edges of the NES controller D-pad can be a huge problem.
Mr. Fack, I was about to say about a huge problem, but he cleaned it up before I even mentioned it and gets the Tetris.
Just a
Makes the
massive
microadjustment.
amount of O's on his board. Just look at that.
Yeah. Oh!
That's 7 O's right now compared to MJ's 5.
That's too many either way.
We need a
What's up with these
constant.
O's?
We need a constant O counter.
Ugh.
Tolstoy is
38,000
saying
early
some
on.
people like the Game Boy Color D-pad. That's true, but my Game Boy Color, the D-pad's a little squeaky, so I don't like it.
Probably the size is the biggest issue, I'd imagine.
Yeah, the size on the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Pocket D-pad are both a little too small for my liking. Ooh, Mr. Fack in a bit of a situation here.
Ooh.
Misdrop on the S is not going to help him.
A line?
He needs 2 lines to clear this up.
Oh, are you? Oh my goodness. There's one.
And there's the other.
You get it over?
Does get it over.
But still needs RNG.
Gets a couple of O blocks because, you know, he definitely wanted those.
Because this game.
Misdrop on that O block gives MJ the point here. A hugely early top out from Mr. Fack at only 32,000 points.
But even MJ here, this is a legit top out of just 65, but he's going to get a heart with that. He might not even know.
Mr. Fack calling his file no burn. So both these players have gotten their early top outs out of the way, and both are hoping that they can secure some high-scoring matches. Looks like Mr. Fack is ready there. MJ just doing his stretches. Gives us his nice big thumb stretch there. And they can start off round 3 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Good to know we're intended for certain audiences. Little dancing anime figure there.
May contain violent or disturbing Tetrises.
Yes. NC-17.
Mr. David69 saying, hey, I just got Tetris on the OG Game Boy, so how do I get good? The first step is to hop into our Game Boy Tetris Discord.
This board is god-awful for MJ right now.
Absolutely. I mean, how many squares is that? 1, 2, 3, 9 squares on the board currently.
That is a Tetris setup, though. You will forsake it and bring it back.
Gets the burn and then
lo and behold,
slots in that dirty, dirty Tetris. That one was definitely NC-17.
Yeah, that's Cover your kids' eyes. Early lead for Mr. Fack, 60,000 to 17,000. MJ on the road back to having a normal board.
And so far, Mr. Fack with perfect efficiency, still sitting at 100%. If my math is correct.
Yep, not pressing down. Yep. Now pressing down. Pretty Tetris set up for MJ. Saw the T coming, so decided to do a 2-line burn instead because you know that RNG is not gonna stick around and wait for you.
No, it's definitely not going to be doing you any favors there. It does decide to burn it out again with these 2 T blocks. Gets the line
And
piece at the wrong
one.
time.
Ugh.
Does get
There it
another,
is.
able to get that dirty Tetris again. And Mr. Fact still just building that lead up, 132,000 compared to MJ's 46,000.
That's incredible. Talked about 300,000 being top notch. He's on pace for 300,000 transition here.
Still barely any burns here by Mr. Fack. Sitting at 12 Tetrises.
Get lucky 13. 1 Mino short of 14. Oh, the line burst, and he. If you were greedy, but if the lines are flowing, then play it normal. We've seen some crazy endings here. MJ is not out of this. 100,000 point lead in Game Boy Tetris, significantly more of a deficit than in NES because we're only playing with half the points right now.
Huge O burst there for Mr. Fack. Just so many O's on his board. And another one, just because.
Yep. 185. So 100,000 point lead. That is 8 Tetrises. Just a monster deficit to come back from for MJ. Mr. Fack is just smooth as silk.
Mr. Fack making sure to leave himself those 2 wide flat spaces so that he can just keep slamming down all these O's he's getting. For a piece that...
In this game... and another double Tetris for Mr. Fack. Those have just been... It's such a rare occasion in classic NES Tetris, but seeing him so many today here in the Game Boy version.
Yeah, it's definitely feast or famine, and Mr. Fack has been feasting on the lines this game, getting almost as many lines as he is O's.
That leads 120,000 now. 10 Tetris lead for Mr. Fack.
Mr. Fack looking to head into transition here in a really good place. Could get 2 more Tetrises before it.
We have a 275. Definitely the game of the tournament early on. No matter how this transition plays out. You make a line dependency.
I
But
think he's
MJ just
MJ's sitting about 106,000 points behind. And
there's the
Mr. Fact
transition 260.
transitions.
So wasn't quite the 300 I was hinting at before, but the board's in good shape. The lead is incredible because MJ is going to get 6 lines here for his transition, and might not even get to 200,000 before that point.
Good adjustment by MJ. Looking forward to that L block to get Tetris ready.
Mr. Fax, this is precarious up here.
Does burn it out and get a... Is that a double? No,
Nope.
just a single.
We know
Not
short.
quite Tetris ready. And MJ transitions here at 191,000.
So 70,000 point difference at transition, so that has shrunk a bit. The true lead's 110,000.
Mr. Fat getting another line burst here. Now you'll notice he decided to take that first L and shove it over to the right, as opposed to putting it to the left. It's good to know that L is the rarest piece on Game Boy Tetris.
I gotta believe MJ's starting to pull the comeback here. Mr. Fac's going to score another Tetris. Domino's short here, so he's going to burn and he's going to have a couple cleanup lines.
Manages to take out the trash in no time.
Mr. Fac staying aggressive. Oh, building that spire in the middle. Does make me so uncomfortable.
Yeah, absolutely not what you want to be doing going into these faster levels here, but he manages it pretty well.
Now we're back to a traditional slope.
Score difference still sitting at about 112,000 points.
But as the values of Tetris's increase in these mid-teen levels, the true difference, the Tetris difference, is what matters.
What Quality's asking how to join the Discord server. There are links in the chat. You can also go to tinyurl.com/gb-tetris, which is in the bottom right corner of the stream there.
For one more score here for Mr. Fact to cross the 400,000 point threshold. MJ revving along here, 281 through 133, but you play your game. 417 now for Mr. Fack.
Mr. Fact, gonna need to use that line to burn. Blocked up as well with a couple of T blocks there. But immediately just slams in another Tetris.
Or 60, Mr. Fact. So just a tremendously smooth game here.
Yeah, Mr. Fact on pace for an incredible level 20 transition here.
Passes up the Tetris. Wasn't a line dependency, but the double line again. Just the most blessed RNG in this game. MJ now behind by 150,000 points.
Now sitting at almost 170,000.
Man.
MJ just falling further and further behind here is going to need one hell of a chase down.
Yeah, level 20 play. That's and level 20 Tetris play. And as we saw in previous games, you can have the cleanest board and the most conservative setup going for a Tetris level 20, and your board can fall apart instantly. He's turning down the volume on our stupid commentary. Level 18, you see the speeds are crazy. Mr. Fax board slams another Tetris to get to 552. Tremendous score into going into level 20.
Absolutely. Definitely our highest transition to level 20 of the day, I believe.
And I think the play here is keep it low, line out as much as you can, score the Tetrises when you can. But, just make as much padding between you and MJ as possible from here to the end game. Level 20 transition coming up with this next line. There it is.
Does transition at
582.
582,000 compared to MJ's current 386,000. Was waiting for that Tetris to come in.
Yeah. But this is aggressive for Mr. Fack. This is aggressive, and that's going to do it. 586. The door is slightly open.
MJ just needs 200,000 more points here to take the round.
That is 8 Tetrises at level 20, and you have runway before that even. So you take the most advantage you can at these 18, 19 speeds, and maybe it's manageable at 20. Not likely, but play your game. If you can do it, it'll be the best clippable moment you could ever hope for.
MJ, very calm player under pressure. So if there's anyone who can stay calm enough to get this done, it's him.
Like he's handling 18 like a boss. Like the pieces are coming fast and furious. He's tapping away. It doesn't feel out of control for him yet.
Sets up a hang there, burns it out immediately, switches to a column 3 well.
Like it. He's ready and gets the line right. Perfect timing.
485,000, now just 102,000 away.
Yeah, that's only 4 Tetrises at level 20. That is completely manageable.
Transitions 488.
So single lines are about 1,000 points. So line it out to a degree. Go for a 1 or 2 Tetrises. That might be the perfect blend.
Yeah, he definitely has headroom here to make it in the 300 line cap.
You can't rely on one strategy or the other, though. Take your lines early. Build up a Tetris or 2.
Nice little split double there.
See if you can get to 500. This is the fastest level of the game, and we have up till 300 lines. So
Breaks
now it's at
500.
500,000.
Just looking for 87,000 points.
Yep. The doubles will certainly help. This all singles would probably be cutting it a little too close, and that's a lot to ask for. So burning up the aggression when it makes sense. 506, 507. So it's not even quite 1,000 points. It's slightly less than that.
Yeah, it's about 800 points per line here, so he is going to need some doubles or triples.
Setting up the triple here.
Oh, getting high there.
But man, you see, just even for a triple, that setup. Brilliant skim on the top there.
Absolutely. He's looking to take control of the board here, get himself back down to a manageable level.
The line to the right would be really nice right now. Not getting it, of course.
Not getting it, not having much time to get it over there, even if he does now.
Ooh, can he get this? Can he get this? Can he get this? Got it!
Excellent piece placement there. And we're seeing that line clear delay come in handy to get him prepared to get that line all the way over.
Yes. Brilliant play. 529. Oh, that piece.
Oh, a misdrop on that L spells his doom.
Oh.
Mr. Fact taking the second point of the round here, one step closer to the finals versus Euro Kriska.
What a fight from MJ, though. Damn.
That was a hell of an attempt. But unfortunately, the chase down was just a little too much.
One game away here for Mr. Fack.
So we're currently sitting at 2-1 in favor of Mr. Fack. MJ needing 2 more points in order to go into the finals here. We got a thumbs up here from Mr. Fack.
The thumb on that anime girl is enormous. Like half her body size.
And a thumb here from MJ. And they can start off round 4 in 3. Oh, we got a reset here from Mr. Fact to clear his board. MJ, if you want to clear your board as well. As a just in case.
That kind of an RNG cleanse.
And they can get started on this round in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. Here we go. Mr. Fack, Argentina. Trying to punch his ticket to the finals with one more victory here. That will be complete. MJ trying to help Finland reach the finals, but he's going to need 3 wins in a row to make that happen. We've seen one reverse sweep today. Maybe we will see a second.
We'll only need 2 wins in a row, though.
Oh, sorry, I didn't notice that. My counting.
Bad Wolf in the chat there asking about the left well again. So the pieces favor the right side in NES Tetris, but favor the left side in Game Boy Tetris. So everything you do normally in Nestris, you have to flip on Game Boy. A little bit of lag there on Mr. Fack's stream, but it seems to have sorted itself out as he slides himself in 2 Tetrises pretty much back to back. Both players even here, 26,000 to 25,000.
MJ getting a little cheeky up here. As soon as I said that, he decided to take the triple burn. And of course, is denied the double Tetris because he took that burn, but you got to survive.
Yeah, scoring flashy double Tetrises is nice and all, but it's much nicer to not be dead.
Yeah, I like not being dead. $87.66 so far early on. MJ decides to cover up the single Mino with a square because this next square, which he knew was inevitable, would clear it out for him. That's a Tetris. MJ passes up the Tetris. Sometimes you just see the formation and you aren't quite sure and you don't score it.
Yeah, nickel for every time I've done that.
Mm-hmm. I have a lot of nickels if that were me.
Probably an unnecessary amount of nickels.
Couple bucks. $123.92, 2 Tetris difference.
Mr. Fact
Got 3 now.
with a weird stack there. Gonna need to tuck and place things just right here.
And he saw that. He vaulted over the mini tower in the middle, changing his mind on where to place that Z.
Oh, getting a bit of a ZO burst going on here.
Don't like Mr. Fact's board. I don't like that blind dependency on the left. That's going to knock it down a bit.
Does manage to get it over that S
Yeah.
spire there.
Is this a column 8 Tetris well? It indeed is, and he's going to knock down the column 8 Tetris. 152, 128. But Mr. Fact got some cleanup to do, and MJ does not.
The J piece is
Cleanup
going to do
complete.
wonders for him. MJ sitting at 141,000 and Mr. Fact's 165,000 here. But about a 7-line difference between them.
Was that a cheeky double T spin? Was that on purpose, or was that a mistake? That was kind of interesting by Mr. Fact. Tetris for MJ, 155, 178, 2 Tetris to deficit for MJ. Level disadvantage about 10 lines. Mr. Fact is ahead on that count.
Both players in line for a nice healthy transition though.
All you can ask for.
Last minute O adjustment there to make room for that J piece.
MJ
And
clears the well.
Perfectly timed long bar there.
Can't write it any better.
Mr. Fact looking to clear up some garbage here. MJ setting himself up for a little T-tuck there. Gets it, but decides not to use it there. Does a line spin. Gives us the finger guns in the camera.
That was cool.
Like I said earlier, MJ definitely the greatest showman in our entire community.
Didn't even think that was I mean, I knew it was a move, but I hadn't thought about it in the Game Boy sense, and he executed it perfectly.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see it coming either. At transition here, 231 for Mr. Fack. MJ following close behind, ready for transition himself.
Playing it safe with the square. You have the 2 wide well.
Does transition at 215,000, still waiting on that long bar.
Yeah, 2 Tetris difference at transition, but the board is as perfect as you can hope for MJ.
And finally gets one.
Meanwhile, Mr. Fact's board is gosh darn perfect. Knocks down another Tetris. 282, 243. As we start to progress through the mid levels here.
I always find these transitory levels between level 10 transition and level 20 transition to be interesting. Because that's when players' strategies start to really show themselves and deviate from each other.
Yes. MJ not sure what to do with that crappy square. puts it all the way to the left. With a 2-line solve, he'll uncover the Tetris well again.
Does decide at the
What?
last minute to rotate that Z piece so he has a
What?
place to put the O block.
What was that delay? That's, again, showmanship.
I think he was deciding between putting it on the right there, where he eventually nestled the O, versus standing it up there. But you know MJ, he's a stand-up guy. That was a terrible pun.
Okay, intend your puns. 321, 353. So the deficit has not changed the past couple levels.
Now, still keeping relatively even. Mr. Fack, eight lines ahead here, so MJ does have the chance to close it by 2 Tetrises, pace-wise.
Well, Mr. Fack has a perfect board like this. Wait a second. 358, 357. We have a tie game, folks.
Mr. Fack, couple pieces of garbage there he's gonna have to get rid of before he can get Tetris ready again.
That was the perfect solve there.
Yeah, just an excellent solve.
5,000 point difference. That is nothing in this game.
Does give himself a J dependency.
Mr. Fack's in trouble. MJ's going to go into the lead now. Perfect board. Smooth sailing here. Getting into the mid-levels. Mr. Fack getting out of danger. Is Tetris ready? Knocks it down. Now has to solve that 2 Tetramino gap in column 7. This will be worth a double. I need to get that uncovered somehow. You cannot play 2 off the bottom at these higher speed levels. Dirty Tetris, Mr. Fack. Back in the lead somehow. 429 to 399 as MJ has gotten into trouble here. The TZ first super helpful.
Misdrop there by MJ, and
not.
MJ does top out, giving Mr. Fack the win. What an upset in that game.
My goodness, he had the dirty Tetris set up, but at those speeds, you cannot flirt around up there. And it cost MJ the match. GG's.
Mr. Fack will be going to the finals against Euro Kriska. GG's to MJ. It was a valiant effort there. 399,836 on that last game. But Mr. Fack, after clearing out that garbage, got somewhere into the mid 400s. I missed his score when he topped out there. 478,000.
We are going to have an East-West hemisphere battle for the World Championship. What better way to set this up?
LZ Cards Fan 23 pointing it out as succinctly as possible. Mr. Fack has gone from 1,000 points from elimination to 3 wins away from the championship.
That was, yes, God, you cannot forget that run.
Just absolutely amazing work here by both players. We will be right back when we are set up for the finals. We're back on track and ready for the final match. Here at CTWC GB 2024. Joined here once again by Chris Bidwell. Thank you very much for coming and joining me for commentary purposes today.
And an honor. It's been fun matches so far. I'm looking forward to these finals.
Absolutely. So we've got Mr. Fack on the left here versus Euro Kriska, our #1 seed for the day. Definitely going to be some interesting matches here.
One of these two players will be a world champion. So let it all out, guys. Good luck. Have fun.
And if we can get thumbs up from both players, then we can get the final match underway. And they can start off
Final
in
thumb.
3, 2, 1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris. Gotta work on that, man.
It's that
Get
Discord delay.
signal count. Yeah.
Be much easier if we do it live, because then we can be beside each other.
We'll still find a way to screw it up.
Maybe we'll purposely screw it up.
Perfect.
It's that kind of lack of professionalism that makes Game Boy Tetris what it is.
That sheen of minty green
Mm-hmm.
all over everything.
If they couldn't be bothered to program the RNG correctly, why should we be bothered to commentate properly? You know?
Exactly. But Euro Kriska going on one of those press down tears, just bang, 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 knock them all down, speedrun city.
Despite what his
Tetrises
line
early
count
on.
says there, he actually has gotten no Tetrises. That 36,000 points is all from pushdown. Already slammed down 5 Tetrises. Perfect efficiency so far from Euro Kriska.
How many more we'll get? There's number 6.
Mr. Fack playing it high, getting long bars at the worst possible time here.
Oh, he gets it open. Can he get something into the well?
He does
Gets
get a
it just in
long
time.
bar in.
Number 7 for Kriska. No place to put the square. That's going to ruin that streak. So 8 Tetris in a row to start. Not bad for Euro Kriska.
Nice double L placement there to get that slope.
And another double Mr. Fack is the double Tetris king of the world today.
I don't think I've seen this many double Tetrises from one player in a day ever.
I don't see that in modern Tetris when you can have a hold chamber. That's a joke. $124, 80,000 to 80,000 early on.
Everyone knows the hold chamber is for S's and Z's. The most useful piece.
Trash compactor.
Column
You just see
5,
this-
my favorite column for Tetris wells here, because you just need to rotate the long bar. You don't even have to move it.
See the solution here for Kriska. That is not a Tetris setup. That is one Mino short.
Waiting with bated
And-
breath here, Mr. Fack gets himself out of
Wow.
a very tense situation. But all eyes are on Kriska here, waiting for that long bar to end this drought.
The pieces are agreeing, but man, that drought counter. It's only going to be a triple, but that should uncover the well finally. Tremendous play from Kriska getting out of that.
Absolutely. A lot of players would have cracked under that kind of pressure.
Or stopped pressing down at least. Uh-oh. That might be fatal.
Oh, does get the long bar and doesn't
Oh,
block
he
the
saw it!
well. That quick...
He's
Oh, that
Man.
adjustment was huge.
clipped that moment. That's going to be huge. Later on.
That's got to be one of the best micro adjustments I've seen in Game Boy Tetris history. Like, that was massive.
That's all time in any category.
Euro Kriska still playing with fire up here.
Oh,
Does
my
misdrop
goodness,
that L block.
That could be it. That could be it.
And does
That's
top
it!
out at 168,000. Mr.
Nice,
Fack with a
spin
nice
there.
S spin.
Uh, 6,000 more points.
Something like that. Gonna wait for official confirmation here.
Petra should do it, but keep playing till we know for sure.
168, so that does give Mr. Fack the first point. Mr. Fack, you may top out.
That's unnecessary. All right. Like players are ready. Got some thumbs up here. Oh, Mr. Fack has to put in the name.
Euro Kriska trying to go for first here. He did come in second at last year's CTWC GB. There we go.
Gonna have to play from behind here.
And if we can get a thumbs up from both players, we'll be ready for round number 2. They can start off in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. There it goes. The entry delay is so non-existent that when you press the start button, the piece is already dropped 3 levels before you even see it.
It's definitely the fastest piece entrance in any Tetris version.
Yeah. NES Tetris, famously, you can float that first piece for a few frames before going to town. Not here.
Some excellent burns here by Kriska.
Mr. Fack playing with fire. Makes another safety triple.
Euro Chris off to an early lead here, 38,000 compared to 28,000 for Mr. Fack. Both players firing a couple Tetrises off, but still 11k separating them.
I love Kriska not changing his game after the early top out. Just hang him down. $75,000 to 52,000 early here. Tetris is worth 12,000 points.
Yeah,
At
Euro
level 9.
Chris and Mr. Fack both just staying true to their play styles here. Most players, you'd expect them to go a little bit more conservatively on the finals, but these players are just going hell for leather.
I admire it. Kriska again with the early lead, 124 to 92. Well, maybe not a complete factor of speed because he's only ahead by 3 lines. So
It's all the pushdown points.
It is. It's thousands of pushdown points. Both boards looking great.
Watching Euro Kriska play Tetris just makes my brain freeze in place. Like, you know that meme of the woman doing math?
Yes.
That's me watching Kriska play. He just plays
I-
so fast and makes such complicated decisions.
It's nice to have this avenue for other play styles to shine.
Euro Kriska confidently switching over to that right well despite the
Ooh,
height.
what an adjustment! How did he stick that?
Sees the long bar coming, just pivots, reverses direction. That's one of the advantages of playing thumbs, is it is a little faster to change.
$160 to 221. 60,000 point lead. That's 5 Tetrises exactly.
And with only 11
You see the
lines
line
difference.
Yeah, you got it. You took it right out of my mouth. No.
A definite pace lead here for Euro Kriska, who is just slamming down Minos. Made to order.
Mr. Fax, yeah, Mr. Fax board looking great. This is Euro Kriska again, flirting at the top.
Kriska's RNG
And
taking a bit of a turn for the worse here.
already had the one blowout early on in the last game. You don't want to do 2 of them.
Huge J piece there. Gonna help him
Yeah.
out a lot. And then that L block, getting just what he needs to come out of this on top.
Yeah, he's down to safety halfway down the board, but not in scoring position, while Mr. Fack is shortening its lead, 221 to 253.
Does take that triple, gets some Tetris ready. Slaps it in for a Tetris, bringing him up to 269.
You know. Now Mr. Fack flirting at the top as well, going to get the triple here. Tetris well open.
Nice
Oh,
triple
what a
burn
solve.
there. That gets him back to a perfectly clean stack Tetris ready.
That is the efficient way to take care of that.
Euro Kriska with a dirty eighth row Tetris there. Column, sorry.
I'm a big fan of the column 8 and column 3 Tetris wells. If you're going to play split, that's the place to go.
Absolutely. In terms of efficiency, it's good having those 2 spots to kind of pile things up. You can put your SZTs there.
Level 13, we missed the transition scores, but neither were monstrous. They were in about the 250 range.
Euro Kriska here sitting at 342,000. Mr. Fat kind of closing that gap a little bit. 50,000 points behind at 309,000 currently.
There's a dirty Tetris setup for Mr. Fack. Take the triple and then into the Tetris. That's the smart play. Into level 13 with a 330. So that 36,000 point difference with the point increases in Tetris values, the lead is shrinking.
Hero Kriska slamming down another Tetris here. Same with Mr. Fack. 392,000 to 347,000. Bit of a T-burst there for Mr. Fack. Less common.
Well, Tetris.
It looks like Euro Kriska is just banging down Tetris after Tetris here. But Mr. Fack still hot on his heels, about 30 lines in between these players. And only 50,000 points. Now 36,000 points. So the pace lead has switched over to Mr. Fack at this point.
Now the increased values here. And is Euro Kriska still pressing down? He indeed is at level 17. What a madman. Don't leave any points on the table. Euro Kriska will take them. Mr. Fax at the top gets the safety triple, knocks down the Tetris. But the lead is growing now, 486 to 427. Kriska's board's cheesing up at the absolute wrong time. We have 10 lines to go before level 20. You cannot play level 20 at this height. Mr. Fack has the cleanest of clean boards. The lead is 70,000, but that could evaporate.
Oh, a little bit of an O-burst and
Can't
a
get it,
miss drop
that's
by
gonna be it!
Euro Kriska. 492,754 points. Gonna need a 493 here from Mr. Fack.
Not a guarantee by any stretch. The well is open. Triple again. A lot of those save triples from a Mr. Fack in this game. That should bring it down a bit. A line would be glorious. That's it. We need that 493. So a
Just
Tetris and a
35.
half.
Just 28,000 points here.
That'll take care of most of it. 5,000 points to go. Let's set up a Tetris well. This will do it. Bang!
Slots in the Tetris for his second win. Mr. Fack now just one win away from becoming the world champion. Euro Kriska gonna need a reverse sweep here. He's giving us the thumbs up. He's ready. He's ready to make it happen.
Mr. Fack has that ability to speed up the game, it looks like. So when he gets the rocket scenes off there, I would be so deathly afraid of actually hitting that during gameplay.
Absolutely. And
Oh,
Mr.
man,
Fack, if we can get a
nerve-wracking.
board clear from you.
Of course, we are clearing out the board so that we can see the scores afterwards because they go away if they're not on the leaderboard. One of those design quirks I didn't think about when I designed this game.
Absolutely. And if both players are ready there, we can start off the next round here in 3, 2, 1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris. Match point for Mr. Fack. A world championship is on the line.
Euro Kriska
Euro
getting a
Kriska.
couple of Zs there to start off. Switches to a column 8 Tetris well and slams down a Tetris.
It's just like games 1 and 2. Slap him down. That's what brought him here. That's how he's going to finish.
Kriska setting up some garbage there, immediately decides to take the triple, start burning it out, so that he can get Tetris ready as soon as possible, trying to maximize his points here.
perfect Tetris canyon well.
And both players
Knocks it
slot in
down.
their third Tetris there. Keeping it tight, 41,000 to 37,000.
Let's see what pieces Eurokriska uses to narrow that well to get in a scoring position.
Does use an LJ combo.
Oh, yep. Sees the line coming, sells out the second portion of the board, grabs the Tetris. Nice well transfer there.
Look at the amount of S's on Kriska's board right now.
Yeah, that sucks.
Just disgusting. Mr. Fack has a couple pieces of garbage there,
Uh-oh.
luckily all on the same layer. But he is going to need to burn down to there. This will give Eurokriska some time to build a lead. Excellent micro adjustment there on Eurokriska to go for the double burn.
Been watching Mr. Fack's board, seeing how he handles this situation. He
So far,
scores the
not getting the
Tetris, but
pieces
now,
he needs.
yeah, he scored the Tetris, but now it's a cleanup mode, and there's no quick and easy solutions. There's gonna be a lot of burning to get down to that mess. You're gonna waste a whole 10 lines or more getting back to scoring position here. The next question is do you play 2 off the bottom? And in NES Tetris, if you're a roller, sure. But in Game Boy Tetris with the shortened play field, you got to think twice about that.
Absolutely. 2 off the bottom here is basically 4 off the bottom in NES. And with the piece entry delay, that can be a problem in a second.
$104.87. Eurokriska dealing with issues. 2 covers up as well. 1 piece too late.
Yeah, both players playing high right now. Chris keeping
gets
it
the Tetris.
nice and flat. Does get the Tetris there.
Mr. Fack's in trouble again. Needs this game to stay alive. This is a dirty setup. Will he get the line? He will cover it up wisely.
Does get the line there. A little too late. And another just to taunt him.
I don't think it would have mattered. That's a dirty Tetris for Kriska. 3 off the bottom. Mr. Fack. Oh my goodness. He nearly did a little dance with that line piece and nearly had disaster as he was going for that dirty Tetris.
Paying some tribute to DLB over there.
Okay. Kriska going to maintain this stack off the top or off the bottom? Certainly appears so. He does not.
Eurokriska closing in on transition here. 156,000 points currently.
Kind of low for our top players. But Mr. Fack not doing too much better here. He's been in dig mode for quite a while. There's a dirty Tetris setup. Knocks it down.
And Eurokris transitions at 159.
Right well Tetrises. Both sides. Interesting. You know, I'm thinking that's standard. What am I thinking? Oh, yeah, wait. That's backwards on both boards.
Yeah, both players transitioning to right wells It's amazing to see the adaptability, just being able to move your well wherever it needs to go at that moment, depending on the pieces. Looks like Mr. Fack is going to transition back to a left well.
Adjustment there from Kriska with the square. Well transfer has been completed.
And now it looks like Chris is
223.
also transferring his well over.
23, 164.
Chris opting for the triple and then transferring his well to column 3.
That's fun. Mr. Fat getting the terrible square Z combination.
Kriska dealing with a bit of a square burst on his own.
Yeah, nowhere to put either of those pieces. So now there's an awkward second layer setup where there's no dirty Tetris. It's just going to be doubles and singles and doubles to get back to a scoring position. Waste about 10 lines.
Yeah, neither player in a very good position to make anything happen here. About 58,000 points separating them right now. Kriska at 238,000 compared to Mr. Fax 181.
Level 14 and just the Kriska still slamming them down. Got to admire the bravado. He's just going.
Oof. Not a good time to cover the well there. And a miss-rotate on that S piece could spell trouble.
The past 2 games, he's been a little too cheeky at these higher levels. Could we repeat this in game 3? Mr. Fack is closing that gap. It's now 265 to 216. But board health-wise, this is all Mr. Fack right now.
Kriska's only hope here is to burn this down and then play for time here. More than capable of keeping up with level 20 speeds.
These pieces are so fast, and at the middle of the board, it's just one tap that'll instantly end your game.
Excellent adjustment there on that eye block.
Mr. Fack is back in scoring position right now. That will not be a dirty Tetris for Kriska, even if he gets this open. There's 1 Mino short in column 9. But Mr. Fack also not taking advantage of this opening. 279, 239, 50,000 point difference. 40,000. Again, math.
That J triple is going to get him into a much better place. Still not Tetris ready. But certainly a little bit more out of the woods. Choosing to play one up on level 18. Just the amount of confidence here. A misdrop on that J, though.
Ooh. Can he get anything else to the right? Can he get anything to the right? He cannot!
Does top out
294, 295.
294,000.
We caught that. 294 was the top out. Mr. Fat can win a world championship if he gets to the 295,000. That Tetris will take him most of the way there. One Tetris will do it. Lining out is also a possibility.
Mr. Fack potentially just...
Tetris ready.
And 300,000 will take the game. Mr. Fack is our champion.
The dancing anime girls from Argentina have taken the world title. On an N64 controller.
Kriska putting up a fight, but not his day-to-day. His Game Boy Interceptor committing seppuku in sheer defiance of that round. A huge congratulations to Mr. Fack here, and GG's to all the players. Mr. Fact naming his file there, his hands shaking as he tries to name it, keeps on misinputting. You gotta think of the amount of adrenaline going through him right now.
Yeah, it's huge. And you know, that chase down was not a gimme, and he held on that calmly, and now the nerves can come out.
Absolutely. Just great play there from all of the players today. And thank you all very much for watching.
What a treat! Thank you for having me.
We will see you guys again for the next CTWC GB, probably next year, maybe in person, we don't know. Everyone,
Might
don't
as well
forget
plug
to
Pasadena. Yeah, 2 weeks from now, we will all be gathering in Pasadena, California for the main event. It's going to be quite the show. I've been on the planning staff, and I'm very excited to show what we have in store for you this year with the big move.
Absolutely. I can't wait to tune in. I won't be there in person, unfortunately. Need to get my passport. But I'll definitely be tuning in online. And Mr. Fact, do you wanna say a few words there? Our new champion.
Me properly.
Not preferably.
Yeah, purplely or something. Yeah, it might not be the
Congratulations.
best of ideas, but yeah, I have no words. I have no words.
How do you feel? Just is relief? Nerves still getting you now? Like what's the emotion right now?
Yeah, I'm still nervous as hell.
Yeah, I saw your hands
Never thought
twitching there when you were trying to
never
input
thought
the
this would happen.
your
Come again?
hands twitching as you were trying to input the file name there for the last score.
Yeah, I'm subbing a little right now.
No, I get it. I've been there. It's a big thing. Like before this, you'd won one of the previous Discord events. So I mean, I got this obviously outranks that one, but you know, as
I was
this
already happy
sport
to beat
grows along,
MJ, and
yeah.
that match in particular was against MJ, and I never thought it would come to this.
Take us back to that reverse sweep though. Like you were 1,000
Yeah,
points away from being
that's
eliminated.
probably the big moment of the tour.
My goodness! And did your demeanor change? Like what happened after that?
I'm not entirely sure, but it must be that. Especially in game 4. That was probably my third best score ever.
Wow.
I
Yeah,
only
that-
have like 600Ks. One of them was in this tournament.
Yeah, just the wildest
During
comeback
the
that I think I've ever seen there, Mr. Fack.
But, you know me, I'm terrible with words. So
Ah,
That's fine. Thank you very much for joining us and for playing today. Just absolutely amazing play, and congratulations again.
thanks to you for hosting this.
Not a problem at all. Is there anything you'd like to say, Chris?
no. Again, thanks for having me. This was a treat, and I look forward to being back next year if you'll have me.
Absolutely. You're welcome anytime. So, all right, everybody. Thanks for watching. We hope that you enjoyed the tournament today. Don't forget to subscribe to the CTWC YouTube and follow them on their Twitch channel. Feel free to join our Discord for Game Boy Tetris at tinyurl.com/gb-tetris. Have a lovely evening.